You ready to rock? I'll get quiet. Dr. Smoot's here. Agenda up here too.
It's right here.
It's behind me. All right, great. Well, good morning. Welcome to everybody.
Good morning.
Hope you all had a great evening last night, and for those who came in this morning, had a good trip. A safe trip. Obviously, everybody's here. I think Mr. Byers is not going to be here today. He had a work commitment that came up and we did not allow him to attend. But everybody else is here, which is great. Ms. Hines, particularly good to see you. Bless you. We keep you in our hands and our prayers. So with that, I'm going to start this meeting, call it to order. This is the February 20th workshop meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. And the first item on our agenda is the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority 2025 capital budget. Mr. DJ Scott? Jeez, I did it again. That's really bad, isn't it? DJ is going to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, thank you for this honor. Please, American flags in the back left, join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That completes my presentation. Any questions? Good morning.
Excellent presentation, sir.
You've never seen me that brief. Good morning. For those of you that don't know me, my name is DJ Statler, and I'm the Executive Director of the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority. We were created by the General Assembly in 2020, and it's our job to promote, sustain, and enhance passenger rail across the Commonwealth. I'm here today because one of our legislative requirements is to get the CTB to review and approve our capital budget each year. And so I'm here today to just give you highlights of our 2025 capital budget. Hopefully, we'll come back next month in the action item and get approval. We sent the entire budget out. It's about a 50-page document with a lot of detail on the different projects. Earlier this month, thank you, Carol, for getting that out. But I'll just give a brief highlight, answer any questions, and then hopefully see you next month. Promise you I hit next slide. There we go. Okay, just a quick highlight of our budget development process. We go through every year, and it's a financial planning exercise, as you see. We look at all of the costs associated with delivering our projects and also operating the Virginia state-supported trains that are run by Amtrak. It's a full lifetime cost, all of our projects, all our project costs, operating costs to include our administrative budget. Last May, we were here, and we briefed you on our financial plan, and I'll start from the upper left-hand side and work over. Last May, we had a plan that was from fiscal year 20 through fiscal year 30, and that had sources of funds of $6.4 billion, okay? At that same point in May, we had uses of $7.13 billion. So we had 6.4 in projects that were funded, and we had another $700 million worth of unfunded projects. And at that point, there was a lot of alarm. We said, look, we've got projects that we need to get done to add service in 2030. Give us time. We will make sure we secure that funding. And you all were very trusting and said, okay, we'll see you next year. I'm back here this year to say that we found that $700 million, and we are now fully funded for all the projects we intend to deliver. So if you work down the January FY 2025 financial plan, the sources have increased by $1.3 billion, so our sources are now 7.7, and I'll talk more about that in a minute, and our uses are 7.7. So we have a balanced budget within the VPRA. One important point is that last year you saw FY 20 to FY 30. Part of the increase is we added a year because our capital projects, the Long Bridge is the biggest one. That one we intend to have finished during fiscal year 30-31. It'll be substantially complete in calendar year 2030, but that's fiscal 31. So that's when it'll be done. That's when our financial plan ends. So it's good news. I'll talk on the next slide about where that money came from. A lot of it came from federal grants, but we come here fully funded with our suite of projects and on a great path, specifically on the eastern side. We signed in December our Long Bridge North contract. We have a vendor in place for that. We signed our Franconia-Springfield bypass contract ahead of schedule, so we'll be moving dirt in earnest later this year. So we're excited about that. Here's a pie chart that shows you our sources of funding. One of the reasons why we are here at the CTB is that bottom pie, CTB funding is about 20% of our overall funding. You see around that pie chart, we get funding from a number of different places, local contributions, passenger ticket revenue that comes from Amtrak, the folks that ride our trains, we get that revenue. Amtrak has contributed $944 million, and then on the top, federal grants, $916 million. That's the big change from last year. We applied for and were successful in securing two separate grants. One was $729 million, and the other one was $100 million for our Phase 2 projects and for the bypass. This shows you how that allocation has changed from FY24 to FY25. This time last year, we had a federal contribution for our overall portfolio of about 24%. With those two new grants, that has increased to 36%, and you see the CTB share, just the way the math works, has dropped from 34 to 28. Where do these changes take place? This is our capital budget. This is a summary of all of the uses that have changed since last year. I'm going to read this from left to right. You see the components. So the 1.306 is our total changes. So that's the total increase in the financial plan from last year to this year. The first column in that blue-purple is the unfunded balance reduction. As you may recall, I said earlier, we were here last year with an unfunded total of $705 million. That has since been filled by the federal grants, so $699 million went to the I-95 corridor, and then $6 million was just a matching grant that we were going to partner with North Carolina on for the S-line design. Next column is the result of adding the extra year to the plan. It's $18 million in capital grants. This is the money that we pay on behalf of VRE for track access, and then $286 million for operations. This is what we pay Amtrak to run the trains and what our administrative costs, et cetera. Third blue-purple column is our net-based budget changes. These are the actual changes to the project. So if you go line by line, we had the net of all of our project changes on the 95 corridor was an increase of $98 million. A couple of the sidings, when we actually got out there, boots on the ground, we found that there was a lot more water, a lot more grade, so they're going to cost a little more. We did have a couple projects that cost less, but the net is an increase of 98. Western Rail, we finally got that to 30% design, and the least expensive option there is $366 million. So we added $200 million to bring that total to $366. So we have that as a placeholder as we continue through the NEPA process on that. Other capital projects, we talked about the $6 million earlier. It turned out that we didn't need that S-line matching money, so that comes in on the first column, comes out. And then the last couple lines, capital operating grants, just increases again for the VRE track access. And then operations is a decrease of $125 million. Part of that is because when we first started, we did not have a project allocation system. So time that we spent in overhead was not properly assigned to projects. We want to make sure that when we deliver these projects, we know exactly what they cost. So when our lawyers, for example, are negotiating with our vendors, that time previously was in our admin budget. What this line does, it just shifts that to the projects. And so now when we finish a siding, when we finish a project, we can look back and say, yes, that's the actual cost of delivering that project to include the overhead. And then the last column is new budget items. We added 2 new budget items this year. Our board approved last month the addition of the King and Commonwealth bridges in Alexandria. As I think you know, we have a 4th track project that takes place there. VRE is doing a lot of work at the King Street Station. These 2 bridges, the King and Commonwealth bridges, are just north of that station. They're going to have to be replaced very soon. We're making the decision to, while we have that whole area torn up and in disarray, to do those bridges at the same time. So we get in, make our mess, get out quickly and safely, and then move on. And our board approved that. So that's $80 million of that. And then the other money there is part of the grant that we got from the federal government in order to fully account for the service increase. There's a fourth track project at L'Enfant Plaza that VRE is doing, they partnered with us on that grant and said, look, we'd like $30 million from this federal grant to finish that project. That was part of our grant request. That was approved, so that 30 goes to VRE. I spoke very quickly. There's a lot of data there. Any questions on the summary of changes?
Secretary.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, J.D. In terms of the federal contribution, I had two questions. One was a significant increase in federal contribution next year from 24% to 36%. And do you expect that to continue in future years? And the second question, is it fair to assume that roughly a third of the capital is funded through operations through the passenger revenue? And the other part is all subsidized by federal and state money?
So based on those charts, yes. So let me answer the first question. We received this last year 2 pretty substantial federal grants. The federal grant program has matured over the last couple of years, as we've seen in the IJA and the Buy America. There are a lot of funds available. We feel, and we have seen, that our projects are very competitive for those funds, and we will continue to compete for those funds. That only brings the federal contribution up. There's no guarantee. That said, as we continue down the path of delivering Phase 1 projects, we're already getting a number of potential Phase 3 projects that we're working with DRPT. DRPT really does the planning. Many of those projects have similar ridership, trip time, economic benefits that we think will be beneficial and make us strong competitors for this funding moving forward. So the short answer, I don't know, but we're very hopeful. And then back to answer your other question of the ticket revenue, we get ticket revenue. That revenue, for the most part, is used to offset the operating cost of the trains, so not the capital. However, we have worked out a deal with Amtrak where we could, if we need it, use that ticket revenue for a financing, a TIFIA loan or otherwise, and that could go to capital projects.
Secretary.
Yes, Ms. Hines.
So first of all, thank you from the people of Alexandria for only ripping that up once and getting it done right. That's going to be, I think, really important change. And I just want to follow up on the answer to Mr. Merrill's question real briefly. So do we have any active grant applications at this moment, or we're only looking ahead for federal dollars?
We only have one active grant at this time, and it was for the fully funding of the Phase 2 projects. And because we got that, so there were 2 windows that were open at the same time, so we applied for the same projects in both windows. Once we got it in the first window, we withdrew it. So while it's active, it's withdrawn, and we're confident we won't get it. But the next round is the CRISI grants that the notice of fund opportunity comes out in March, and that will be our next grant application.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Stadley.
Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
it very much.
Thank you all.
The next item on the agenda is the Southeastern Parkway and Greenbelt. Mr. Chris Swanson.
Yes. Good morning,
Chris,
Mr. Chair, members of the
welcome.
board.
Good morning.
I am Chris Swanson, VDOT's Environmental Division Director. I'm here to speak to you or present to you on the existing location decision for the Southeastern Parkway and Greenbelt within the cities of Chesapeake and Virginia Beach. So just by way of background for everybody, in September 2022, the CTB adopted a policy to review all location decisions 3 years after their approval if they have not progressed in the project development process. So the Southeastern Parkway and Greenbelt location is one of those 4 locations, which I'll be going through in detail this morning. Just for your awareness, we have addressed 2 of these, or the CTB has addressed 2 of these decisions when they rescinded the location decisions for the Interstate 77 and Interstate 81 overlap project, as well as the Route 460 Southeast project. Those were both discussed and addressed in 2023. So the Southeastern Parkway and Greenbelt, or sometimes I'll refer to as SCPG, here is just a general study area of what we evaluated. It really was to create an east-west connection between the cities of Chesapeake and Virginia Beach, and several alternatives were evaluated throughout this area, as you'll see throughout the presentation. So this corridor has had significant NEPA efforts that extend back to the mid-'80s. The first effort was a draft environmental impact statement, or an EIS, as well as a supplemental draft EIS that resulted in a CTB location decision approving the south alternative as the preferred alternative. However, this effort came to a halt as in 1998, the city of Chesapeake withdrew its support for the further development of the project, and Federal Highway suspended any further funding for studying this area. However, in 2003, the efforts were renewed as VDOT and Federal Highway Administration initiated an EIS for the proposed SCPG. Again, that resulted in a draft EIS and culminated with a new location decision in 2025. First, the CTB rescinded its 1996 decision and made a 2005 location decision, and that is the location on record and the one that we are discussing here today. Similar to the previous efforts, however, those efforts again came to a stall as Federal Highway rescinded its approval of the final EIS and ultimately never issued its record of decision or its ROD. And that was really due to the significant wetland impacts that were associated with the project and associated agency opposition. And then formally in November 2010, Federal Highway issued a notice terminating the environmental review process, which is a formal effort to the public and to the agency that any additional effort is not moving forward. So as we have done with the other location decisions that we brought to you under this policy, as in 77, 81, and 460, we've stepped through the NEPA efforts just so you can understand the efforts that had led us to where we are today. So in 2005, draft EIS, a purpose and need was developed, and you can see it here on the screen. I will quickly go over the purpose and need, which was to improve capacity to accommodate forecasted traffic volumes, provide an alternative east-west connection between Chesapeake and Virginia Beach, enhance access to one of the area's largest employers, which is the Naval Air Station, provide alternative hurricane evacuation and emergency response routes, and provide a linkage between multinodal centers of employment between the two jurisdictions. As with environmental impact statements, several alternatives were evaluated. 5 were ultimately considered under the 2005 draft EIS, which was really also carrying forward many of the segments that were evaluated in the original EIS from the 80s and 90s. Ultimately, the preferred alternative that was decided upon is depicted here on the screen. It begins at the interchange of Interstate 64 and 464 and terminates at Interstate 264 just east of Oceana NAS. The typical section along this corridor varies between 4 to 8 lanes. So with the range of alternatives and the preferred alternative identified, we evaluated the various impacts that are associated both at the property level and the resource level. There you can see on the left the preferred alternative, and largely the impacts were the lesser of many for the preferred alternative. So actions taken since the final EIS. The project was removed from the City of Chesapeake's 2050 Master Transportation Plan. The project is no longer in the Hampton Roads TPO's Long-Range Transportation Plan. However, there are 2 segments of the project within the City of Virginia Beach that are included within the Long-Range Plan, which are referred to as Greenbelts Phase 1 and 2. They're in the general study area that I showed briefly on the screen, and they also are sharing some of the areas of the location decision, but not in their entirety. And again, I'll just point out that Federal Highway did not issue a ROD for the final EIS. So in terms of the Greenbelt Phase 1, Phase 2 that the City of Virginia Beach is currently evaluating, it's important to note that the NEPA nor the preliminary engineering has started to date, and the estimated opening time frame is somewhere between 2030 and 2037.
Hey, Chris, can you go back, please, Mr. Swanson?
Yes, sir.
I didn't ask you this before, but Greenbelt Phase 2, What's at the,
I'm sorry, say that.
what's at the terminus?
What's at the terminus? That is the jurisdictional line.
I understand that.
It is
I
between.
know it's at the terminus.
I'm sorry?
I know it's at the terminus, and the answer is nothing's at the terminus, right? It just stops, right? How do you get there from the other side? You don't. Okay. Continue.
Knowing that there were some efforts at the regional level, we did recent outreach just to understand where the region was. So during the fall of 2023, we coordinated this review with the cities of Chesapeake and Virginia Beach, as well as HRTPO. The city of Virginia Beach provided an update on the Phase 1 and Phase 2, which I just presented on, and all parties concurred on our review and our recommendation, which is to rescind the 2005 location decisions, similar to the 7781 and 460 decisions, with very similar reasoning. To advance the approved location in any meaningful way, additional funding would have to be identified, NEPA would have to be reinitiated, the CTB would be provided briefings with the opportunity to issue a new location decision, and also the Army Corps would have to issue their permit for the project. So in March, we would like to come forward with an action for this board, which is to rescind the 2005 location decision.
Questions? Mr. Tamp? No questions. We're in a workshop. It'll be next month. Yes, sir.
Mr. Secretary,
Kaspertz.
I just wanted to comment on, this is good work. Cleaning up some of these old projects, I think, benefits everybody who may be a property owner, business owner in these corridors. So good work, and I look forward to voting on it when it comes up next time.
Swanson, one last thing. The slide 13 shows the additional actions that we required once we do this to come back to it. All those would have to occur anyway, basically. Is that correct? I mean, this action doesn't make those. There is no plan that the feds have approved. There is no funding plan. I mean, all these things. This doesn't really change anything we would have had to do anyway. It's cleaning it up, to Mr. Kaspertz's point, because it's sitting there and nobody says we're going to do it. And there are people that are probably less likely they're twisting in the wind because they sort of know, but it's still appropriate to do this. So, concur. All right, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the Rail Industrial Access Program update. Mr. Michael Todd. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. How are you?
Great, thank you. Hope you're
Members
well,
of the-
too.
Thank you. Members of the board, it's good to see you. Hope all is well. Just by way of introduction, my name is Michael Todd. I'm the Director of Rail Programs at DRPT. We have 3 freight rail grant programs. Today I'll be talking about the Rail Industrial Access Program. Typically when I'm here, I am recommending a specific project. This time, we're actually making a recommendation about the program as a whole, and so I thought it'd be worth going through a quick program kind of overview, some of the core tenets of the program, some of the summary benefits of the program, and then we'll finish with the recommendation that we have for you. So starting with that program overview, so just a couple of brief facts about the program. Essentially, we share a $5.5 million annual budget with VDOT's, our kind of sister program, their Economic Development Access Program. The programs are application-based, so essentially we take applications throughout the year and take it out of that $5.5 million budget. Our current project maximum is $450,000, so the total any one recipient can receive is $450,000. We do require at least a 30% match with any award. We get about 4 applications a year, and since 2018, we've allocated $9 million. And so just to get a sense of kind of utilization of that $5.5 million budget, most years we're butting up to that $5.5 million. You can see there's a little bit of a dip here kind of during the the pandemic, essentially, when things were, when the economy was a little bit slowed and things were on lockdown. But, before and after the pandemic, we are, butting up right against that $5 million. Some years DRPT has the larger share, some years VDOT, and so it just depends on the applications that we receive.
Sellers?
What happens with the money that isn't used?
It gets carried forward to the next fiscal year. So if, fiscal year one, we have, say, $500,000 remaining, it would get moved.
Stays in the account.
Yeah.
So then could you do more than 5 million or 5.5 million the next year?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a 5.5 million that goes into it every year. So yes. If you didn't do anything for 4 years, you'd have $22 million.
How much money is in the account now?
It's a secret. I'm teasing.
Question, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir. Mr. Merrill.
Said you're averaging 4 applications a year at 450. That's only 2 million, but you're saying you're hitting the 5 million. How's that possible?
Well, we share this with VDOT, and so they have applications as well that use the same, pot of funding.
Mr. Merrill, let's be clear. Mr. Todd is representing the DRPT piece of this, okay? And so his data that goes to the applications and so forth is DRPT's piece, and it would be reflected in the bottoms of those graphs. And so, as he told you, this money is shared with VDOT. And so they sort of work together to allocate it based on what they have in the pipeline. But DRPT's data is what he's referencing, and what you're asking is the combination of DRPT and VDOT. So that's where it's dissimilar there. That's where it's incongruent. That makes sense? We should have been more clear about that.
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to kind of talk through some of the core tenets of the program. We essentially focus around 3 high-level program goals: building network capacity, kind of safeguarding the investments that we make, and then ultimately saving some money for that investment. So starting with network capacity, I've kind of pulled literal sections of the code that created the Rail Industrial Access Program. First, it just talks about it being in the public interest to build these rail facilities, that the board should encourage widespread use of the funds, and that, in my opinion, kind of most importantly, that any investment be made available for use by all common carriers. So the way that we've kind of adapted this into our policies and to encourage the widespread use, we have several marketing initiatives that we do. We maintain our relationships with, the companies, the railroads that serve those companies, to make sure that, people know about this program and encourage them to apply. But I do want to highlight one aspect of the program, the common carrier requirement. Over the summer, when we were up in Fredericksburg, I actually presented a project to you all in Henrico County, just by the raceway here. It was for a company called Temper Pack. We essentially reconstructed a rail siding so they could start shipping some of their cornstarch by rail. And because of the common carrier requirement, even though that project, it was implemented, it was completed, Temper Pack is moving their goods by rail, another company in that industrial park is able to use that newly reconstructed spur. And so we've brought on another business there. At the pace that they're going right now, they should have about 300 carloads, new carloads per year, and it's all outbound trips that used to be going on trucks. And so that's one of the great successes of the program, is it's not just an investment for one specific company, it's really building out the surface transportation network in small pieces. Thinking about safeguarding our investment, the code talks about the company being under firm contract or already constructed in Virginia. So we're not looking for speculative types of projects. The applications for funds must be approved by the local governing body. So in other words, you got to coordinate with the right people to make sure the project can be implemented successfully. And that also the improvements shall be the property of the Commonwealth for the useful life of the project. And so the way that we've turned this into our policies is essentially to, one, ensure that the promises that they made in their application are actually realized. So we have an annual performance requirement. We track their carloads. We track the number of jobs that have been created, and we make sure that they've met the promises they made in the application. If they have not, we have the ability to pull back our funding and recoup the expenses of the Commonwealth. And then finally, the Commonwealth holds a contingent interest in the improvements for 15 years, which essentially means they need to be on the ground, they need to be operable. If they're not, if they're basically disinvested, or if they're not operable, we can recoup our money that way as well. And then finally, saving money. So the code talks about the company being contractually committed to the perpetual maintenance of any tracks that are constructed. And that they have the responsibility to pay any costs related to future relocation or removal. So in our policy, we require a 30% match, make sure that we're leveraging some of that private funding. We also provide additional points in our application scoring to increase that match. And then, as noted in the code, the company is required to maintain those tracks fully at their cost, so there is no Commonwealth commitment for maintenance, and they have to maintain them for at least 15 years. If they do not, we're able to recoup our expenses.
Secretary?
Ms. Hines?
Just a quick question, Mr. Todd. So in the case that you mentioned before of the common carrier, and all of a sudden the cellulose people have other cars using this spur that they've invested in, does that maintenance requirement get spread to everybody who's using the spur?
So typically what happens is the private, the applicant, the private company, will typically create an agreement with the railroad so that the railroad is the one responsible for the maintenance. And so if the railroad brings on another customer, it's still on the railroad's responsibility to maintain those tracks. And so typically it's not that one specific business. And so in that case, they don't really have the opportunity to spread it.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
And so just, wanted to highlight these kind of three core principles of the program and show how they were sort of born from the code, and we've also adapted them to kind of meet our needs moving forward. So moving to a performance summary, coming to the benefits of the program, one thing that we wanted to highlight is that this program has been involved in over $1 billion worth of investment in the Commonwealth since 2018. Almost 100% of that is private investment. So this is a small piece of the incentive puzzle to, strengthen the economy in Virginia. Sorry, the clicker's not responding. There we go. Specifically with the rail investment, essentially we've invested $31 million in rail infrastructure. $22 million has come from private sources, $9 million of which is rail industrial access. So we are actually getting over 71% match. Our minimum requirement is 30, as I noted, and we're doing much better than that. We also look at the car loads. That's one of the annual performance requirements that the company needs to report on. Since 2018, we've moved 20,000 car loads, which equates to about 70,000 trucks off the road. And then another benefit, essentially we have a partnership with VDP where a lot of the times they sort of initiate the contact and bring these projects to us. What they call the Rail Industrial Access Program is one of their deal closing grants. It's a way to kind of keep us on the list when a company's interested in a rail-served site. If that site is not explicitly served at the moment by rail, this grant kind of keeps us on the list. It keeps them interested in Virginia and potentially entices that customer to come. So it's one of many incentive package grants that the VDP can use. And so finally, moving into our recommendation, essentially what we'd like to ask for is to increase the per project maximum to $750,000. The current $450,000 project maximum has been in place since 1995, so we're talking almost 30 years at this point. And nothing else would change. We still require that minimum 30% match, and our evaluation criteria of projects remains the same. In other words, there's still incentives to bring more matching funds to the table. We would just like to increase the per project maximum. And then essentially, since 1995, due to inflation, costs have more than doubled. And so this is kind of a conservative increase, and gets us better in line actually with our sister program at VDOT. And so today there's no, this is just for consideration and discussion.
Mr. Coleman has a question. Mr. Coleman?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Michael, is there any plan moving forward, because this has been 30 years? I think it's a wonderful program. I've got customers that have used this program. It's an economic magnet to draw business to the state. But are we going to wait another 30 years before we try to have another increase, or is there some plan to increase over every 2-3 years?
Yeah, I don't have an automated plan in place to increase, but I do, in our kind of grant management practices at DRPT, we like to cyclically reevaluate our programs on a more routine basis. That's one of the kind of updates we made to a recent strategic plan update. And so we won't be having this discussion again in 30 years. It will be, much sooner when we kind of reevaluate and see if we need to, change anything. One of the other things to consider as well is, I showed the utilization chart previously, and with this increase, there is the opportunity that we might be hitting that ceiling of demand, and so then that would, cause another need to kind of reevaluate some of the scoring criteria and application review criteria as well.
Can
And
you
so I think
speak?
that-
Yeah, Mike, I'm sorry, Mr. Todd.
Sure.
Can we speak to to that point, can we speak to how the $5.5 million is, how that gets to us and what determines that number?
So my understanding is that is not like indexed to a revenue source. It is a static line item. So it is $5.5 million no matter what our revenues are for the year.
That would be my point. So we're not going to index something to a flat funding source, right? All you're doing is sort of asking for trouble. Now, you may push to change the funding source or change what the funding source looks like. That's beyond our capacity here. But the point is the 5.5 is fixed. And so to index our amounts to a fixed number would be concerning.
With that point, Mr. Secretary, then we're going to increase it from 450 to 750. So if we're static at 5.5, where's that additional money coming from, or who's going to be pinched out?
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Burrell, Director DeBurrell.
Mr. Coleman, VDOT made a similar change in the policy for the Economic Development Access Road Program in 2022. Their funding level had been largely static for about the same period of time as DRPT's. Mike works very closely with the staff at VDOT's Local Assistance Division, and it really is a first-come, first-served basis. I worked on that program when I worked for VDOT, so I guess I have a view of both sides. We have been pinched in the past, but both agencies work together due to a couple of years where we didn't have as much demand for the program during the pandemic. We do have a cash balance in the fund right now because that amount is set by code. But I think it drives us to be selective and make sure that we're working with our partners at VDOT and we're selecting the best projects to have the greatest impact.
Ms. Sellers.
I have two questions. First, is this one of those where it's all or nothing? You either have to fully fund the project or it's not considered? Is that might be
It either happens or it doesn't, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's not, we don't fully fund it
right?
because there's a 30% match required, but we're not going to send them money to a project that's not funded and going to be completed, or else we'd be clawing our money back
Okay.
because they
And-
wouldn't have achieved the goals.
Okay, okay.
Now, frankly, my concerns over my time, and we'll continue to work on this as we go forward, is the criteria that we use, and are they adequate or not? You know, I've made the case before as a non-secretary member of the board that we need to try to get to a situation where the incentive is something that creates something to happen as opposed to not. And, you know, I'll use a stupid example. Let's pretend there's a $500 million program to do something, and we're gonna shove in, you know, our top number now is 750. So we're gonna put in say 450 of that, or 300 of that, or whatever it might be. Does that change whether the company would do that or not? And if it doesn't change whether the company would do that or not, then I would question, from my perspective as a numbers type person, an economist type person, why would we offer an incentive if it doesn't change what they do? Incentives are supposed to change what they do, right? And so in a previous life, when I was had a new market tax credit firm, y'all have heard this before, we had a but-for test, and we went in and analyzed, and this is not necessarily something that we would have DRPT or VDOT do, but VDP as well. Well, we went in and analyzed the project and said, if we didn't give this money, would the project be viable or not? Would it happen? And we made a decision. And of course, that's somewhat subjective, but we made a decision. And we had to pass that hurdle in order to fund it. And so if the project worked without our incentive or our subsidy, we didn't give one. And if it didn't, then we considered whether we would or not. And so I'm trying to inch closer to that. It's not always simple to do that. But we've seen, you know, sort of different kinds of projects flow through this program in the past. And we've sometimes I think we haven't hit the right mark. So I'm going to continue to push on that and look at that. But the concept of raising the grant amount, I think, is a valid one to consider. And the indexing, I think, would be difficult at this point. But we need to continue. I mean, the program in its merit, in terms of what it's trying to accomplish, is a good program, right? We know that. It's how we administer it and all the little rules that make it to be the best it can be versus not.
So that leads nicely into this kind of visionary. Is there a vision or some sort of strategy the state's looking to maybe target where we want to reduce this tractor trailer? Because, I mean, I'm coming from the 95 corridor. Obviously, I'd love to see less tractor trailers on 95 in the morning as I commute up to Northern Virginia. But I'm sure out in the northern neck, they'd love to see less on Route 3 and out on 81. I hear it's a problem on 81 as well. So is there a plan or some way that we can target where the money goes and try and capture it, measure it, as Mr. Kasparitz was talking
We
about?
follow the market, Ms. Sellers. This is an economic development program, right? So we follow the market. And where the market wants to go, we say, is it necessary for us to incent that to make the market work there? But we can't necessarily steer the market to just somewhere place they don't want to go. So I would see that would be difficult to sort of do what you're suggesting.
I don't know if it's steering the market as much as saying, we telling particularly different parts of the Commonwealth, hey, we hear your issues, we hear your challenges, and let's see if we can maybe target them a little bit. We do it with Smart Scale, we do it with V-Trans. It's just another visionary document that kind of goes into this, how are we capturing that return on investment? How are we telling the taxpayers this is where we see the money going? You know, and it is a partnership with industry, but recognizing that the partnership may not be we're going to change their behavior, but we're going to be partners in this. And part of that is having that message and saying, you want to come here and we're going to help put this message out to the locals that this is a good thing for them, and no, it's not going to make your commute different or more challenging.
That would
or
likely
something
be a
like that.
legislative change, ma'am, and not something we would do here. And again, there are two things you need to understand about this. One is, it's good to get trucks off the road if we can replace them with rail cars for a few reasons. And one of them is the impact of trucks on the road in terms of just the maintenance of the road is extreme relative to a passenger vehicle. It's extreme. what's the number we keep using that sort of bandied about 10,000 times? I mean, and sort of people, we were at Virginia Tech last year, I asked them what they thought about that when we were looking at road pavement, and they said, yeah, it's probably about right, you know? And so when we can take a truck off the road, we impact our cost substantially. And the more trucks, the more substantial it is. That's number one. So there's goodness no matter where we do it. The second piece is when Green Flash wants to come to Virginia Beach and build a facility there, we don't say, well, let's go to somewhere else instead. That's the market that's driving us. And we merely sort of are a tool in the toolbox to say, do we help that or do we not? Remember, this is an economic development program, basically, for rail industrial access, and then we have one for the highways for industrial development access, or excuse me, economic development access. That's the VDOT side. So we have these programs and we go to where the customer is with the programs. And so to sort of say, well, we're not going to go there because we want to take the trucks off this road versus some other road, I'm not sure I would.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is really building out that return on investment and say, this is transportation dollars. I hear it's part of economic development package, but this is still transportation dollars. And so building that return on investment argument or story to the legislature, to the executive branch, to the taxpayers, and make sure that they understand what they're getting, and make sure that we're understand what we're getting. Because while it may be $5 million, and that seems very small, and I hear it every day, right? Every day in that funny shaped building up north, every day where people say it's a rounding error. But it may be a rounding error, but when you have a lot of rounding errors, you need to start justifying that. And so there are folks who say, what does this have to do with transportation? So maybe not today we don't do it, but at some point in the
It
future,
has a
start
lot to
looking
do.
on that.
It has to do with transportation because when you take trucks off the road, you save a lot of money anywhere you do it, right? So we're in the boat of saving money and having our pavement work better. So that's number one. Number two, it helps bring business or expand existing business to the Commonwealth. And they reach their equilibrium based on mostly their own needs. And this is intended to get them over the hump. So 100%, we look at the return. We look at how many trucks we get off the road. We look at how many jobs it gets created. And we looked at one some year or two ago that was sort of iffy in my book, but we did it. I would tell you that I'm involving VEDP a little bit more in this process to do exactly what you're saying, which is to make sure that we're getting the return on the investment for the funds that we're entrusted with distributing for this program. And so I think your intent and where you're going is spot on. It's just how do we get there and what does that really mean? Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Ms. Green, and I'll come back to you.
From the standpoint of this incentive making a difference, it makes a significant difference. Even though it seems like a small pot of money, all of those incentives are grouped together by VEDP, and not having rail access money or even having as small of an amount as we have currently puts us in a position where we're not as competitive with our neighboring states. So that's a very important incentive to us when we're looking at a rail-served site.
Mr. Lawson. Thank you, Ms. Green.
Following that, do we track what other states do, what North Carolina does, what Pennsylvania does? Do they have a similar incentive program?
They do, yeah. We, in this past year, we did an effort to, essentially, we did desktop review of a bunch of different states around the country, and then we also followed them up with phone interviews. So we talked to a couple of private companies. We talked to North Carolina, Iowa, Washington, what else? Delaware, Pennsylvania. So just kind of a smattering of different states that have similar programs, and we also talked to 2 different ports. And so we really tried to gather, what are other states and other kind of businesses doing with this type of, grant program. And yeah, so we've been tracking that. The one thing I would say is that we are incredibly, we're kind of on the forefront of these programs here in Virginia because we have a dedicated funding source. Most of other states, they essentially got one appropriation in, say, a legislative, budget act. They get a one-time infusion of cash, and then they don't know when the next time it would come. And so they can't plan for the future. They can't kind of entice people to apply because they don't know when they might have funding again to award to projects. And so we have a huge advantage there where we can create like a real program around this and be proactive and kind of plan for the future because we have that dedicated source.
Remember, folks, we didn't create this, and we don't have the ability to uncreate it or create it. What is created by the legislature and the governor, it is an economic development program that they handed to us and said, please go implement this. Okay, so that's where we are. We can certainly make recommendations. We can certainly ask our legislators for this or that or whatever. But at the end of the day, this isn't something that we've designed and created and we control the funding source or anything else. We're an implementer. And we do have the ability to set rules and policies to make sure that it's implemented to the best advantage of the citizens of the Commonwealth. And that's really our job here to do. I think there's still more work that can be done over time. And I think it's incredibly important, and I know we're already doing this, but it's incredibly important in Ms. Green's comments to include the people whose primary responsibility is economic development so that we bring as much leverage of this money as we can, right? That's our job. And to make sure that we're getting the benefits that we think we're supposed to be getting through this program. And so this is intended to try to increase that. But it can't go to the corpus of how much money we have and what's it say it's going to do, and that's handed to us, and we have that ability then to go in and make sure it's managed well. Does that make sense? Yes, sir, Mr. Kasperowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mike, as you know, long-term supporter of this program, I think it's very beneficial, and each year when we have this discussion, I've asked the question about context, and the problem I have with this is trying to understand where this fits in the world of all-rail traffic and how big an impact we're making with this program. We've talked in the past about providing information on total car loading in the Commonwealth, inbound originating, outbound, or inbound terminating, outbound originating. We've talked about looking at the census of all rail sidings. I know that, and again, I anecdotally sometimes apply my life experience. In my neighborhood, I've watched 2 rail sidings come out in the last year on the Norfolk Southern. So in the context of all rail sidings, are we adding capacity in the Commonwealth? Are we adding significantly to our total carloads with this program? And I guess in response to Ms. Seller's comments, we had talked in rail committee meetings about the possibility of being proactive with this program and doing some strategic targeting. Given that the program is undersubscribed, we have more resource than we have applications, I think a case could be made for looking at dense truck corridors and online proximity for shippers that aren't currently using rail, and perhaps do some outreach and potentially create an opportunity where there's not new development going on, but where an online or near online shipper makes a choice to ship by rail, even though they're not expanding or adding capacity. So I guess it would be very helpful, especially in the context of our VTrans discussions, which are ongoing, to understand where this really fits from a standpoint of its impact on our rail infrastructure. And I would ask again that when we have these presentations, some context as to what our overall picture is would be really beneficial in making these decisions.
Mr. Kasperowitz, at $2.75 million a year, if you broke it 50-50 by VDOT on their EDA program and this, it doesn't buy you very much at all, Mr. Kasperowitz. You're well aware of that.
No, I understand. I'd just like to understand that a bit better.
Well, you can understand it. It's how many miles of rail line does it buy you at $2.5 million? Now, the leverage piece is the important piece. But the point is, we're not going to move the needle that you're talking about substantially with this program. What we're going to do is we're going to give some incentives for some companies that would otherwise not do something to do it, and it'd be good it would be good for the Commonwealth. At $2.75 million a year, that only goes but so far. And for context, take 0.1% and just start with that. I'll give you some context in terms of how it would change rail in Virginia, and I made that number up, but it's not substantial to that. It is substantial to a economic development deal happening, and it does have great benefits that come back to us. I hear what you're saying. If we had a bigger program and a bigger pot of money, I think we could spend more time on that. But at the end of the day, we got $2.75 million, folks. And that just does not, and even at a 3-to-1 match, or 3 1/3 to 1 match, which is the requirement, 30% match, meaning we get, we're not going to get there, Mr. Casper.
No, I understand, Mr.
And
Secretary.
so to spend a lot of time on that, to say, how does this, it doesn't. It's not
Sure,
going to.
understood, but I
Mr.
think in the
Secretary?
context of our job in V-Trans and the importance of rail in the Commonwealth,
You're conflating a single economic development program that is
well,
on RIA that's not going to do what you're saying to a bigger question. And so I'm just saying they're not really linked because one has very little impact on the other.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Burrell, Director Burrell.
So I just want to remind the board that we do have a statewide rail plan that we update every 4 years. It's a Federal Railroad Administration requirement. It feeds directly into V-Trans. It takes into account this program, but more importantly, our freight program and our rail enhancement program, which are bigger than this one and more targeted to the topics that Mr. Kasperwitz is bringing up. So we do take a very strategic look at the freight side as well, but this is just such a small portion of the program. I wanted to make sure that I brought that
So
back
here's
up.
what we'll do. We'll schedule, Mr. Kasper, sort of a more holistic look. This is a very small piece of what you're talking about, but we'll schedule a more holistic look sometime in the summer to sort of look at where we are with the
I guess
freight
that's
rail
my
plan.
point, Mr. Secretary. As a holistic look will help us understand this freight universe better than we do from these snapshots that we get with rail industrial access.
This is sort of like you need a total body makeover and you're getting your nails trimmed or you're cutting your hair.
I understand
All
completely.
right, that's what that is. So,
Yeah. But maybe if we find out this program is incredibly effective for the dollars we invest, we'd want to encourage our legislators to double or triple or quadruple, and perhaps look at strategic targeting as an opportunity to.
and I want our board to focus on the criteria that determines whether it brings that ROI or not. And so that's where we have a lever today. That's where our leverage is, and that's where our focus should be, because that's what we can change today. And that's what I'm encouraging, to your point. But we'll do the other as well. Mr. Top,
Thank you very much.
you finished? Anybody else?
Oh, yeah, that was just saying that it was for discussion today and then potentially a resolution of adoption next month. That's it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Ms. Pryor, good morning and welcome. Hope you're well today.
Good morning. Yes, thank you.
Six-year improvement program development policy.
So this morning, I'm going to be talking to you about the six-year improvement program development policy in the context of the overall policy index review. Normally, Ms. Maxwell brings these items to you, but since this is related specifically to the six-year program, you got me today. So just as a reminder, board policies are reviewed on an ongoing basis to identify policies that are obsolete or outdated. The six-year improvement program development policy was first adopted in December of 2016 and has not been touched since. Obviously, since then, there have been numerous modifications to board policy, state and federal code related to transportation revenues and funding. And so we're bringing to you this month some proposed changes to that board policy. The current policy sets out the timing for allocating key funding programs, whether they're biennial or annual, odd fiscal years, even fiscal years. It establishes the board's general intent to fully fund projects through construction. It also establishes numerous programmatic requirements specific to smart scale. I can run through these, but over the years, these programmatic requirements have all been folded into the actual smart scale policy. So there is some overlap and potential for confusion there. But the existing policy does address adjustments to smart scale allocations, a commitment to previously funding projects, provisions related to cancellation of projects, determination of surplus funds. It makes board applications eligible for both high priority and district grant funds. It establishes a schedule for the smart scale project selection and lays out the funding steps for the staff recommended scenario for smart scale. The proposed revisions to the policy include some organizational changes. We've separated the actual policy resolution from the policy language, which is now an attachment. We've also included an overview section with some background for context related to the 6-year program. And we've reorganized the policy to put related content into separate sections. We've also added components related to DRPT funding programs. We've updated references to federal and state code related to the various funding programs. We've also incorporated updates to certain board policies, such as the board's recently adopted revenue sharing policy and the smart scale policy. We've also conformed the policy language regarding the availability of revenue sharing allocations in years 1 and 2 for programming to our current practice, which is in years 3 and 4. And specifically related to smart scale, the changes based on the board's updated policy include removing those programmatic requirements from the 6-year program development policy because they're already included in the smart scale policy to avoid the potential for overlap or conflict. We've eliminated the previous step 2 for allocating high priority projects program funding within each district, as was determined by the board as part of the smart scale review. And we have also noted the new step 2 for allocating high priority funds statewide, and the note that funding is based on the smart scale score, which is, of course, the benefit relative to smart scale requests, all of which is incorporated into the board's recently adopted smart scale policy. So aside from those noted for revenue sharing and smart scale, the draft policy does not include any other new or revised provisions not already included in federal or state code, in another board policy, or in existing funding program requirements. You should have in your packet a copy of the original December 2016 policy, a copy of the proposed revised policy, and a one-pager of all of the changes in the policy, or the proposed changes. So the plan is to come back to you in March to request formal approval of the revised policy. I'd be happy to take any questions now, if anyone has any.
Have any questions?
Mr. Secretary.
Ms. Hines.
You know how much I love this policy work. My concern always is that an ordinary person or somebody in a working transportation staff can easily find any referent when we decide to move. We have many, many policies that are way too long, but anytime we decide to move it out, but it's still important to the people who make applications to us or who run programs, that there's just a very clear track record of where you go to find what's definitive. And I confess that I looked at this yesterday, and now I can't remember what I thought about it. So I apologize for not writing it down, Kim. But anyway, that's my concern. And I just want to make sure if there's, the standalone smart scale policy, if there can be a link, if there can, so that whatever is referenced here as guidance, as the other piece of it, you can find it if all you end up finding is the resolution itself. Because these things our website is so complicated and the policies of the board are complicated, and yet people really need to know this. So that's my request, plenty of time to make sure that the roadmap is clear for the people who use it.
We can certainly do that.
Anybody else?
Secretary.
Yes, sir. Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, Ms. Pryor, thank you.
Thank you.
It references the changes, there's deleting the language about projects being eligible for both the HPP and the DGP. Can you explain what the implications of that are?
Sure. The previous, the code and the previous board policy related to Smart Scale address eligibility for district grant and high priority applications submitted by localities, transit operators, and regional planning bodies. And so the language in the Smart Scale policy now, which is the same as what was in the 6-year program development policy, makes clear that the board-submitted applications are eligible for both pots of funding, not just one or the other. Because the code specifically limits district grant to localities, and the policy, the way it's arranged, limits high priority to regional planning bodies and transit operators.
That's more favorable to jurisdictions.
Well, it just clarifies that anything this board opts to submit is
More
eligible
favorable
for
to us.
anything.
For us,
Yes.
yeah. Thank you.
Sellers.
You have the 6-year plan policy and you have the Smart Scale policy. Is there any other policies that will have to be updated with the same language? I guess this is Ms. Hines's comment as well.
So this policy is really catching up to the changes previously made by the board to other policies. So the TAP policy, the SGR policy, the Smart Scale policy, the revenue sharing policy have all been updated over the years. And so this is just catching up this overall board policy on the program to make it consistent with the individual funding programs and update the code references and requirements related to those programs, which have evolved over time.
This is like the umbrella.
Yes.
And underneath the umbrella, you have all those other ones that have way more detail. But this is the
We've
umbrella.
updated those and haven't updated the
Yeah,
umbrella.
so we cleaned up all those. Now we got to clean up the umbrella.
We're just tightening up the ship.
But I think to Ms. Hines's point, I can do a better job in the one-pager of linking that change to the actual existing policy so you can see that crosswalk.
That would help me out a lot, because I'm trying to understand what all these policies are. And like Smart Scale policy is, I guess, the technical guide, which did not resonate with me until later on. So it would be helpful for me to have a list of policies to reference, because
What you asked for.
You had that in
And
the
we all
orientation?
like that.
Is that in the orientation?
we have some in the orientation. Believe me, I went back through the notebook and looked, because I'm trying to figure out how all this stuff comes together. And how, when you make a change to one, how then it impacts all these other ones. And if there's a way to broaden the language to maybe say, hey, when we update the technical guide, just assume that the 6-year policy is updated as well. Then you don't have to take all these different
Ms.
steps.
Pryor, can we or John and Joanne, can we have a tree on policies, right?
sir.
That will help. We don't have to do that. We're not going to do that today or tomorrow, but Mr. Lawson? He's feeling left out.
Yeah, I am, absolutely. Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I just wanted to point reference to, on the CTB webpage, there is a link to the full policy manual of the board. And they're all tabbed and with links, so that there is a full compilation of all the board policies. And as Kim mentioned, the Smart Scale was updated in December. It's now reflective in what's now posted in the CTV policies, and this will then be an update to that
And
as well.
let me say something, because I'm just feeling compelled to do so. I'm not as familiar with everything that's out there on the websites, but every time I go on it, I'm like, wow, look at all this. And it's like, we're looking at 81 in the last few months, and there is incredible information and really good graphic stuff, and there's just incredible presentations that are on the websites. And so I haven't spent as much time, as I'd like to just know everything that's there and dive into it. But it's pretty well done. And, everything can be better, but it's pretty, the things I've dug into, I'm pretty impressed by. So I want to tip my hat to the commissioner and the director and the staffs and everybody that does that. So John's telling us it's all out there pretty. we'll go make sure it is and easy to be accessible. But maybe we can come back and sort of have a big picture overview one time, but it's not, I don't want to get into every policy. I just want to see how they sort of,
Secretary, if
together.
I
Ms.
could
Owens.
make a suggestion, tell a story and make a suggestion. When I came on this board, I had the exact same question that Laura just did, because there actually wasn't a place that we could go see everything. And we spent a lot of time retiring policies over the last 6 years or so, because everything back to the beginning of time was still operant on the website. And so, and it wasn't organized by topic, it was organized by date when the CTB adopted it. So it was very difficult.
must make it really clear to you.
It was very difficult to find anything. So a lot of good work has been done. Joanne just spent, hours and hours, and her team. But I think there's a linkage that would be really helpful for board members, Mr. Secretary. And the linkage is when something is on our agenda. Mike did a great job today of sort of showing us what's in code, what are the expectations, where did that come from? Where we have policy that is undergirding an item that we're learning about, to simply begin to say, and here's the policy, here's the current policy, with a link in our materials, would allow those of us who want to understand more deeply a quick way to spend our time doing that. Doesn't mean we don't need you all to sort of like give us the background, but people have different needs for information. And there is a lot of stuff. It's just not connected always to what it is the board is being asked to do. The past, the policy, the understanding. So I think without a whole lot of work, because you guys all know this stuff, you can begin to just insert those links and people can spend the time or not, but it'll be there, so.
Sure, if I can add, for me,
Ms. Sellers.
it was not clear to me that the votes taken in December and January were to update the technical guide, because how we were presented the data did not show that we were updating the technical guide. And so that would be helpful for me to see the policy that we were updating. And I don't want to go as far as saying, can you redline the thing so that we know what is being changed, so we know what's being asked of us, and put that in our documentation so that we can understand what it is that we're changing, so that when the local governments call and say, what were you guys thinking? I'm not having to go back and be like, well, I have no idea, because I didn't know that's what we were doing. And, so I'm more than willing to say, I had no idea that's what we did in December and January, and I had to learn it the hard way. And so I would like to know what these policies are and which one are CTB that we are expected to vote on, which ones are controlled by administrative action, which ones require legislative action, because that will, that changes the perspective, at least from my point of view. And so for this one in particular, I would like to see what the policy is and how we're changing it, so that I know and I'm not, called 2 months later and trying to remember what happened and figure out what we're reading. So that's just me.
Well, do we not have the policy?
We do have the existing policy,
We have
and
the
I was
existing,
grateful
we have
for
the
that.
change, and we have a one-pager that covers it.
Yeah, I was
in
very
the-
grateful
in the-
to have the
In the
existing.
presentation.
But we got that this weekend, didn't we?
I don't know, but if you're saying you got it late, that's different than you didn't get it.
Well, we got it this weekend, and so this one is better than what we did with the technical guide, because at least we know we're updating. I do understand that, but it would just be helpful for me in the future to know that's what we're doing, so that we can plan ahead.
And I do want to just remind the board, we're not taking action on this today. This is for action in March, so feel free to reach out if you have questions. I will provide the additional detail requested, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, when it didn't go out till Friday morning. Why we try not to do action and workshops together. And, okay.
Mr. Secretary.
Dr. Smoot.
Kim, one question. We are deleting, or proposing to delete from the policy, the assurance that existing projects receive priority in the if we have future funding changes or reductions. But that is, as I understand it, covered elsewhere, and that is still what we would do, give priority to existing projects.
Yes, sir, and that is still in the six-year program development policy. The piece that was removed was the language specific to Smart Scale. The policy now is an umbrella for all funding programs, that the board is committed to delivering the projects that are selected through your various funding programs.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Pryor, we're loving you so much, you get to hang out a little bit longer.
Let's keep going.
Thank you so much. Item 5, Smart Scale project cancellations.
Right. So today I have 5 Smart Scale cancellations to bring to you. That is a large amount, I understand. We've been holding some of these to let you complete your policy review. So today we'll keep the Smart Scale streak alive for you and go over the cancellations that we've had. By way of background, only the board can cancel a project that's been selected for funding through the High Priority Projects Program or the Construction District Grant Program. These are the 5 projects we'll be talking about today, 2 in Hampton Roads, 2 in Northern Virginia, and 1 in the Richmond District. We'll start with the Route 301 South Sidewalk Project in Greensville County. This project was submitted by the county in round 3. The original project cost was just under $577,000. The request was fully funded with district grant funds. The original scope included a 5-foot sidewalk with some ADA accommodations along the west side of Route 301 for about 960 feet. The project is VDOT administered. It has not yet started. The project benefits were primarily associated with safety. In terms of how it ranked in the cohort, it's got a score of 9.5, which gave it a rank of 9 out of 32 in the district. It currently has 0 expenditures. The current project estimate has increased to $4.6 million. I know.
FHWA.
Prior to formally opening the preliminary engineering phase on this project, the board, or the district, determined that the project scope as defined in the application did not meet the Federal Highway Administration's definition of logical termini. So once the district determined what the logical termini were, the limits of the project needed to be extended, which then necessitated adding a pedestrian bridge, drainage improvements, and a retaining wall, all of which were not included in the original application, and led to significant cost increases. The Greensville County Board of Supervisors concurs the project is not positioned to move forward at this time and passed a resolution in December requesting cancellation of the project. The board may elect to reapply for funding for this project in a future round. The next project in the Hampton Roads District is the Victory Boulevard Enhancement Project in Poquoson. This project was submitted by the City of Poquoson in round 3 for a total project cost of $3.7 million. The project was funded with a little bit of local funding that was leveraged and $3.7 million of Smart Scale, through Smart Scale with district grant funds. The original scope included an intersection, turn lane, shoulder improvements, and a shared use path along Route 171. The project is locally administered. It is not yet started. The benefits were primarily associated with safety and land use. It got a score of 1.75, which gave it a rank of 27 out of 32 for that cohort. The current project estimate is still at $3.7 million. After the project was submitted and selected, the city was unsuccessful in acquiring 2 private roadways for public use to support the project. And without those acquisitions, the scope of the project no longer makes logical sense for the city. The only remaining scope item that could be completed was the multi-use path. And the city plans to apply for alternate fund sources to complete that portion of the project. So the city requested cancellation of the project in November. Moving on to Northern Virginia, The first project is a Loudoun County Park and Ride Lot Improvements Project. This project was submitted by the county in round 2. The original cost was $7.6 million. The smart scale request was 3.6, and the county leveraged just under $4 million in regional CMAQ funding. The request was funded with district grant funds. The original scope included a design and construction of 2 park and ride lots for a total of 450 spaces in the Loudoun 1 development site, as well as a site in western Loudoun in the town of Purcellville. The project is locally administered and has been scoped. Benefits were primarily related to congestion and land use. The project got a score of 11.65, which gave it a rank of 9 out of 21 in the cohort. To date, the project has spent just under $470,000. After the county applied for funding, the developer of the 1 Loudoun site proffered the design of the design and construction of the park and ride lot within that site. Additionally, the town council in Purcellville rescinded the approval of the zoning and permits for the site in western Loudoun due to significant public opposition. The site was located, I believe, adjacent to a residential area, and there was considerable opposition to it. So in January, the Board of Supervisors directed their staff to rescind the leverage funding and request cancellation of the project. The next project in Northern Virginia is the Route 50 Corridor Improvements Project. This was submitted by Loudoun County in round 3. The original cost was $5 million. A smart scale request of $1.3 million. The county also leveraged funding from the region. It's called Highway Infrastructure Program funds and some local funds. The request was funded with district grant funds. The original scope included operational and safety improvements at 2 locations along Route 50, one at Route 50 and Loudoun County Parkway, and the other at Route 50 and Pleasant Valley Road. The project is VDOT administered and now at this point needs to be rescoped. The project benefits were associated primarily with economic development and land use. It got a score of 6.17, which gave it a rank of 6 out of 13 in the district. To date, about $731,000 have been spent. So the county intends to apply for smart scale funding in round 6 for a larger improvement at Loudoun County Parkway and Route 50, which is one of the intersections included in this project, to provide a longer term improvement for the area. The board policy, smart scale policy, however, prohibits the submission of a new project that meets the same need at the same location as an existing project for 2 rounds following completion of construction. So canceling this project will allow the county to move forward with a round 6 application to do a more comprehensive improvement in the area. In December, the board did submit a request to remove the smart scale funds from the project and cancel it. Last project is in Richmond District. It's a Lower Appomattox River Trail Improvement Project, well, access project. This was submitted by Prince George County in round 3. The total cost was $44,000. The smart scale request was $44,000, and it was funded with district grant funds. The scope included a trail link to the Capitol Trail via a shuttle bus. The project is locally administered and has not yet started. The benefits were associated only with accessibility. The project got a score of 31.64. It ranked 1 out of 20 in the district for that round. No expenditures to date. The county submitted the application at the request of 2 of the regional planning organizations, the MPO and the Crater Planning District Commission, as well as 2 advocacy groups for the trail. When the application was submitted, the county did identify the need for operational costs to operate the van, but the county did not intend to cover those costs. And so delays have ensued in trying to find an operator. And in that time, the cost to purchase the cost of purchasing the shuttle and the trailer have also increased. The county has been unable to identify an operator for the van. And so the project is no longer viable. In April, the county requested cancellation. So in summary, these are the 5 projects. The recommended action is to cancel each one of them and transfer the full amount of the district grant funding applied to each of them back to the appropriate district balance entry. I've shown the amount to be returned to each balance entry. In addition, for the 2 Northern Virginia projects in Loudoun, the proposal is to cover the current expenditures with the leverage funding on the projects, which is consistent with the board policy, which states that any surplus funds are expected to be smart scale funds on the project. So with that, I'll stop talking and answer any questions.
So leverage funds means funds that aren't ours,
Yes.
that we didn't allocate. Yes, Mr. Lawson?
So the expenditures, it's not VDOT money, it's
Yeah,
expenditures.
that's what I just said, yeah, it's money that we didn't
region's
spend,
money.
it's the region's money. The locality or the region or not, it's not smart scale money. It's
That's
been
why we're
spent.
not asking for it to be repaid. I vaguely remember something to
They
do.
paid their own, they had a piece of the project. The money that has been spent so far is all them.
Thank you.
And we take all ours back and start again.
Yes, and arguably, in the case of the park and ride lot, we did get 1 lot out of it. And in the Route 50 project, the funding that's been spent to date obviously informs the application the county is preparing to submit.
For them, from their
Yeah.
perspective.
Secretary.
Yes, Ms. Hines?
So Kim, I was struck by I'm looking for the right slide, slide 19, where you talk about what the rules are for submitting a new project
Yes.
in the same location. And I had always just thought that was sort of the rule, right? It didn't have to do with construction, but now I see it has to do with construction. So let me just, so I'm trying to understand, if somebody who put something in round 5 cancels it tomorrow, and we accept that cancellation, because they want to put in a different project for the same location in round 6, are they allowed to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's only if we are already building the project that there has to be a wait of 2 cycles.
Correct. We don't want to build something and then rip it up
Right.
and start again.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Yes, sir, Mr. Yates?
Secretary, just to follow up on Mr. Lawson's question, the expenditures, though, I'm still concerned, 1.2 million, we didn't put that out, that's the localities. But is some of that, are they able to recoup that on the future projects or anything? Or is that just money that they've lost now totally?
I think what Ms. Pryor said is, in a couple cases, she mentioned the park and ride lot that was brought in as a proffer, so we got that and didn't have to pay for it. And the other ones, since they're coming back with a larger project, the monies that they have spent, and obviously, we don't control what the local budgets and what they spent, nor is it really our concern, but the monies they spent will help inform them on their larger project. So if I was a county person, a county taxpayer looking at this, or whoever's funding this, I would say, well, I'm getting some of it back. Yeah, I don't know what the percent is, but I'm getting some of it back. And so it's not all for naught. What that percent is, I can't tell you, but it certainly is some of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor.
Thank you.
As we move into the directors and commissioners' items, I'm going to move my items up in front, and I'm going to ask Ms. McGee and Ms. DeBrule to help me with that. As you know, through many methods and many sources, the administration has proposed a plan to facilitate an arena deal in Northern Virginia that would have 2 professional sports teams moving to Alexandria, along with a concert venue that would be built and some offices and some other things. And this project, and they'll go through it with us. So we're trying to inform you as this is moving along. This plan, when it came out initially, obviously, it's in a crowded corridor in Northern Virginia, a corridor in Route 1 that we're already involved in. And so the big question, one of the big questions early on as we looked at this, this opportunity, which is frankly an incredible opportunity for the Commonwealth and its citizens, as we looked at it, we said, how do we balance all these things? And obviously there was concern because there's so much going on in that corridor already, and we got plans and projects that are going on. And so for a number of weeks, we heard those concerns. We've been working on them. And obviously, it's a bit of a involved and complicated process. But we came forth with a study that we had asked Kimley Horn to do and some others that basically laid out at a planning level how we would overcome the challenges that are obvious that come from this project. And so we've begun to socialize that with Alexandria and Arlington and Amazon, who's a big piece of that corridor, and others. And so we wanted to bring it to you as quickly as we could. There's no action on this today, but we're going to tell you what we anticipate doing as we go through this process. Obviously, the legislature's in session. You can read the newspaper. There's some that are for it and some that are against it, and there's lots of jockeying going along, as it normally happens in the legislature come this time of year. But we felt it was important to you to tell you where we are on this, what it would look like from a transportation standpoint, how it would affect the Route 1 corridor, and what sort of the more holistic plan is. Ultimately, we would come back to you and ask you to approve that. And as they go through this, I'll jump in and sort of help try to moderate it in terms of anything that's not in here that I think is important for you to know. So with that, and the Deputy Commissioner, Ms. McGee, has been on point with Director DeBruhl on this, with the community and with our efforts in the administration to put this plan together. So I want to thank her. The team spent a lot of long hours over the last few months working on this and a gazillion other things. And so I appreciate that. So with that, if you'll indulge us, and I know you didn't get this before, but it's just, everything's moving so fast. We're just getting it to you as fast as we can. And we didn't want to wait till next month. So with that, Ms. McGee.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so I just want to take a few minutes and walk you through a little bit of background. And then I'm going to turn it over to Jen DeBruhl for the transit side of this issue, and then I'll come back and talk about the roadway side. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the Potomac Yard area, it has long been targeted for fairly dense development. There was a small area plan originally put together in 2010. It's been updated several times. The most recent plan in 2020 calls for almost 8 million square feet of development in the North Potomac Yard area only. And so if you think about the Potomac Yard area, it's divided into segments. We're talking about the North Potomac Yard piece of it, which is also known as Land Bay F, which the Secretary hates for me to refer to.
Nobody knows what it means.
But if you look at the
And I
small
will say
area
this,
plan.
Ms. McGee, if you will, she's specific about that because there's a bigger plan, right, that goes up to about 9 million square feet. But we shrunk it down for some conservatism to sort of look at what, and at the end of the day, we looked at what is going to happen there if we don't do this deal. What's going to happen, what's already by right allowed to happen, and what is anticipated to happen, and how do we deal with that? And then we do this deal, how does it change that? And how do we need to change to deal with the changes that would come from that? And so I'm only telling you that because you may see some places that it's 9 million square feet of by right, and that's accurate, but it's 7.5 or so in that portion of it. And that's the only reason so if you see different numbers, that's why you'll see them.
Thank you. Yes, that is correct. So Land Bay F is the almost 8 million square feet, but there are areas in the rest of Potomac Yard yet to be developed that will bring that to 9 million square feet of new development.
Excuse me, Kathy, just a minute. So, folks, remember when we went to Potomac Yard in October, and we stood there and we looked over there to the right where the Virginia Tech building is? It's the area between where we were standing and where Virginia Tech's building is, just to give.
And in front.
And in front.
And in
But
front.
just to give you a visual, because we all stood there, and we took Route 1 in the bus when we went back up to
And
Long
you'll
Bridge.
remember, to Ms. Hines' point, as we came off the Metro Bridge and sort of looked to your right, there was the new Virginia Tech building, and there was a bunch of space in between. And straight in front of us was the back of a strip mall, basically, a big strip mall, right? And there was some stuff behind it and then the strip mall itself. That's the basic area that we're talking about, and you'll see that in a map as we go through, as we get
Just because we
deeper
were
into
there
this.
recently.
Yep, so the Bear Ground and the Target Shopping Center are
And if you
all
remember,
lined up.
the mayor was saying, I think, all this area is going to be developed, and this is what's going to happen here, and, we got this, and we got that, and then all of a sudden, world changed. And it's still going to be developed, it's just going to be different. And so it's the same place we were looking, and so what we're going through here, to my earlier point, is what was going to happen, what'll happen now, how we'll deal with that. So if you continue, please.
All right, so as Ms. Hines pointed out, we did visit the Potomac Yard Metro Rail Station. That has always been a really important component of the overall development at Potomac Yard. It was completed last year at a cost of approximately $370 million, and it really was designed to support the development that was anticipated in the Potomac Yard area. It does remain underutilized at this point because that development has not yet occurred. As everyone knows, in December of last year, just a few months ago, Monumental Sports did announce their desire to relocate 2 sports teams to the site, changing the pattern of development, but not the overall square footage in that area. We have been looking at the transportation challenges associated with that new arena, again, how that differs from the small area plan as it was updated in 2020, and what improvements will be required to support that development. We did, with our partners at Kimley Horn, undertake a planning level analysis, and you're going to hear more about that through these slides today. Just a little bit about Kimley Horn. Not only are they a really important partner for both VDOT and DRPT and have long been so, they also are recognized as a leader in looking at sports planning, design, and event management in particular. So they were a really great firm to go to and to bring onto our team as we went through this process. And so keep that in mind. They helped us tremendously. They were responsible for the analysis, and they also put in a lot of hours over the last 2 months, taking my phone calls and texts at all hours of the day and every day of the week. Whoop, I think I went too far. Nope, no, I didn't.
As you were receiving the same.
As I was receiving the same, exactly. So just sort of bottom line up front here, we did look at both transit and roadway needs in this area, comparing the arena to the previously approved by right development. We have identified between $2.5 and $7.5 million of operating improvements on the transit side that Jen DeBrule will tell you more about, and $135 to $215 million worth of capital improvements for both transit and roadway. I know these seem like really big ranges. That's because we're at a very low level of design at this point, and so we've got really high contingency built in. That contingency will allow us to refine the improvements as the city goes forward with a more detailed analysis.
And Ms. McGee, if you'll allow me, as we go through this, you'll see that at every step along the way, we were extremely conservative in the assumptions that we made. And so she'll detail that out. There's a bunch of contingency in here, right? And we know there needs to be, because this is a planning level estimate, but there's a bunch. And we're using, to her earlier point, we're using the best people in the business to do this, along with our best-in-class staff internally. So we're pretty darn confident in terms of where we are with all of this. But understand that we have modeled it on a very conservative basis in terms of when people show up, how many, where they come from, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's modeled extremely conservatively, and you'll see that. And obviously, we did that because we don't want to come back and say, well, we didn't do a good job of forecasting or modeling here, and we need some extra help. That's not a position we're going to be in, and so I'm just telling you up front that we're very careful about that.
Secretary,
Yes, sir.
this may not be a relevant question, but is there any review of the assumptions with regard to attendance?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
yes. But
Because
as we go
there-
through, you might
okay,
see
'cause
some
there are a
more.
lot of people in Maryland who are saying they're not going to make the trip down to Northern Virginia, and the expectation not to pick up customers from Virginia to make up for the loss from Maryland.
Yes, but if you'll go ahead.
Okay.
All right, so let's walk through some of the assumptions that went into this analysis. Again, we compared by right to the arena development. As was just pointed out, the arena is planned to be approximately 20,000 seats, but also include a concert venue and other mixed-use developments. So all of that Phase 1 development generated traffic goes into our analysis. To your point, our trip distribution for the arena part of that travel is based on ticket sale information that we received from the developer. It is entirely possible that ticket sales could change, but that's going to happen with any sports team in any arena, whether that arena moves or not. Over time, that fan base will shift.
And Ms. McGee, if you'll allow me, you also need to understand, and there's some sensitivity analysis around this, because ticket sales data says, what address do I send your tickets to? That does not mean that's where you come from to go to the game. You can have offices, you can be coming from a different place all the time, and so there's vagaries in that data to begin with. So there was some sensitivity looked at, and you'll see some of that as we go forward.
Secretary, just a quick question. Developer means JBG Smith or Monumental?
Together, both of them.
Both of them, thank you.
All right, so with respect to mode split, that's an important consideration for this analysis. We began with a 50% non-auto, so that includes transit, walk, and bike. I will say that we did do some sensitivity analysis around that to make sure that if that fluctuated, our improvements on both sides could still handle the demand. Peak travel. We looked at the 5 to 6 p.m. Time period based on that being declared the peak period in that small area plan. So we wanted to make sure we were putting our site-generated traffic on top of the highest demand levels in the network already. We did consider parking specifically. The development is to include 2,500 spaces in an underground garage. And a number of off-site locations have also been identified. Importantly, there are JBG-controlled garages, or JBG-owned garages in Crystal City that have capacity in the evenings. They're office buildings, and so there's capacity in the evenings, and they intend to run shuttles from those garages to the arena. Additionally, we have identified spaces at nearby metro lots that will allow people to drive to the outskirts and take metro to the site. And those folks are considered in our metro analysis. So I just want to point that out.
Chairman, did you guys consider the VRE at all?
Sellers. Go ahead.
Ms. Sellers.
Let us go through a little bit of it, okay? Let us go through a little bit of it.
Pattern.
Yeah,
There's more assumptions coming and more information coming.
Jen will talk about that when I turn over the clicker. I do want to point out, as the Secretary mentioned, we did take very conservative approaches as we went through this analysis. We did assume that it was a sellout crowd, which means 20,000 people coming to the arena. When we look at attendance data, the average is much lower than that. But we wanted to make sure we could handle that peak load if and when it should occur. We also, again, loaded that traffic on the network during the PM peak.
So the highest commute time.
Correct.
For regular folks coming and going, and 100% full. And that's not reality, but that's what we modeled at.
Recent data shows that average occupancy at Capital One Arena is 65% across all events, and 35% of those events occur on the weekends, Saturday or Sunday, even higher if you count Friday, which has a different commute pattern as well. All right, so the question about where people are coming from, this is the data we received from Monumental through JBG. This is based on ticket sales for 2022-2023, and it shows you where the addresses listed on those ticket sales are occurring. These numbers might look a little different than what has shown up in news reporting, and that's because these reflect the number of tickets sold. So not just the fact that there's an address, but how many tickets were sold at that address. So we could load that demand on the network, both for transit and for roadway. Again, it's possible that this could shift over time, and we'll be watching that. But this was the best data we had for distribution in terms of loading the network.
Granular. So now we're going to, go ahead.
Yep, I'm going to turn it over
So,
to.
Ms. Sellers, we'll get into some of that here to answer your questions. It's in these slides.
All right, thank you, Mr. Secretary. So when it came to the multimodal improvements, we had a number of overall objectives with the goal of having at least half of the individuals going to the arena to go via a non-automotive or non-automobile mode. So we looked at several different things. We looked at how we could align the timing and the amount of rail and bus service to help serve events, whether that's staff or attendees. We looked at potential pinch points in the metro capacity, and I'll talk about metro in a lot more detail in a moment. We looked at improving pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure and access, as Kathy already mentioned, maximizing the parking at other metro stations outside of the Potomac Yard area, and using metro as that last mile access to the arena site. We also looked at things like dedicated lane signal technology and real-time transit information to put more information in the hands of the folks attending an event at the site. This clicker is really weird. Okay, so in terms of...
And before you get into this, Director, this is the map we were talking about, and you can see to your right center is the Potomac Yard Metro Station. And when we came across that bridge across the railroad tracks, if you look north to the right, if you will, coming out of the station, you'll see that sort of blank area, and right beyond it is the Virginia Tech building being built. And then straight in front of it, you'll see the sort of the strip mall with the Target and all that. And so that's what I was referring to when I was telling you about where this is. That's where we were standing, what we looked at. So if you'll continue.
The good news is with this site, we have incredible existing multimodal assets that serve the location. We have 2 metro lines, the blue and yellow. We have a bus rapid transit line, and as Ms. Hines said earlier, we took you on the Metroway back in October. We took you on, I can't remember if we were on a blue or a yellow train, but we rode the Metro to Potomac Yard. We also have the site served by 3 local bus routes that are operated by DASH, which is the City of Alexandria. And then, as Ms. Sellers indicated, we do have VRE in the corridor as well. Both Fredericksburg and the Manassas lines run right through this area. We do, along with all of those wonderful assets, have some challenges and some opportunities. We have constrained metro capacity in terms of the line itself, how many trains. When you start talking about how do you accommodate while on the highway side, we looked at an hour preceding an event. The peak load for the transit was presumed at the end of an event with everybody trying to leave at the same time. So we looked at, what would happen if you have a full event and how does that work? So you do end up with constrained metro capacity. We have limited bus bays at Potomac Yard Metro Station. And with regard to VRE, our current operation is peak direction and peak period only. And it requires a transfer to Metro Rail or to bus to access this site directly. The closest VRE station is about a mile north of here at Crystal City. That station is being relocated as part of the Alexandria Fourth Track project and is fully funded and well into development to align with other development in Crystal City. But along with those challenges, we have a bunch of opportunities. We have the ability to leverage the assets that we have at the metro station and with the Metroway to make some significant improvements in the near term. And then as far as VRE goes, long term, once we have completed the Long Bridge, we have a lot of additional opportunities once we have fourth track project and the Long Bridge done to run bi-directional service or off-peak, different time period of day service with VRE. So we have opportunities in the future, but because this analysis is focused on 2028, those VRE options aren't included in the base scenario. So
And to be clear, Mr. Burrell, the VRE access is limited, as you said, by the Long Bridge project. And the Long Bridge project is slated now to be completed by
2030.
2030. And so as we evolve through this process, as we can use VRE differently, we're certainly pursuing that. But the constraints don't allow you to do that until that time.
So I'm going to focus the rest of my comments on the Potomac Yard Metro Station and what we can do with Metro Rail. So as Deputy Commissioner McGee already mentioned, the Potomac Yard Metro Station opened in May of 2023. It was a $370 million investment, largely paid for by the city of Alexandria. The station itself is 100,000 square feet. It was designed to accommodate that planned development in the Potomac Yard area. The North Pavilion, where we exited the station back in October, it directly serves this North Potomac Yard area and what is called Land Bay F as part of the plan. But the station itself today, because that land development has yet to come to pass, is currently substantially underutilized. The station was the 98th rail station completed in the system. It's only the second infill station ever built, and that means built between two existing stops. So it is very unique and very special. It is anticipated to become one of the first rail stations in the country to become LEED certified, and it has some beautiful art and transit installations to create a sense of place. It was built for a development like what we're talking about. And so you've been there, it's beautiful, and I'm going to walk you through what we looked at with the station and what we, from a planning perspective, see as some opportunities to improve the station to accommodate the arena site. So in terms of looking at the capacity and looking at how the station may work, we looked at a number of pinch points. And again, you've been in the station, so our platforms, the escalators to connect the platforms to the mezzanine, the fare gates, ticket vending machines, and those bridges, those long corridors, and the North Pavilion are all things that we wanted to look at to see how they would be impacted by a large number of people accessing the station after an event. Some of you may be in some of these pictures because I believe they came from our tour. So we looked at, we had to look at not only the configuration of the station, but we also needed to look at the capacity of the lines themselves. Using that ticket access point data, knowing that we only have north-south rail service and that most of the folks leaving an event would be heading north on the metro system to get to points east-west, that's just, you're going to have to go back to the core, the way the system is structured. What would that look like if we didn't change anything related to the current infrastructure of the station itself, if we didn't change anything related to the service levels? And, what we saw was pretty much what we would expect, is that when you have 10,000 people heading to the metro station at the same time, you're going to have a very crowded station. And with trains that are only coming about every 8 minutes, that means you've got gaps in time where nobody's moving. And so you do end up, if nothing is done from a service perspective or an improvement to the station, you would have extreme crowding for an extended period of time, 60 to 90 minutes post-event. So that's why we looked at a number of different enhancements. We looked at service enhancements. If we added additional service, additional trains that are queued up to align with an event concluding at the arena, how would that help move people through the station? And along with that, looking at how we address the pinch points. And those pinch points are places like the fare gates, the escalators, anywhere where you've got kind of this tightening of space that you're trying to push a number of people through. We also looked at the bridges over the CSX railroad tracks and also the bridge to the North Pavilion, and saw opportunities in all of those areas where capital investments could be made to reduce the delay times and to help manage capacity. And with those kinds of improvements, we feel like the station would be able to handle the anticipated passengers. We would be able to move people through the station in a more fluid way and reduce that extreme crowding, or reduce that crowding down to about 30 to 45 minutes post-game. I want to be clear that what we have done, Kimley Horn's done a fantastic job working for us on this. They've worked on a number of metro projects. We were able to lean into some planning methodology that Metro had used on the Navy Yard station when the Nationals were locating in the Navy Yard. So we're leaning into a methodology that's been tested before. This is very planning level, but procedurally it's not unusual for the state or local government to look at this type of analysis before handing it off to WMATA as part of an actual development agreement to finalize and implement the necessary improvements. Clicker is crazy. All right, so we did look at a few other multimodal strategies beyond just the Metro, but the Metro does have the capacity and the ability to move the most people. We looked at, the provision of additional service hours and frequency on both the Metroway, that's the bus rapid transit, and then the Dash local bus pre and post event. We looked at improved bike ped infrastructure, bike and scooter storage, event shuttles, and using Metro to connect to off-site parking lots, prioritize carpool parking, real-time travel and transit information, and the incentivization of transit use, all trying to really move more people via transit to the location. What does this pencil out in terms of cost? Again, these are very preliminary, 0% engineering cost estimates. The Secretary knows that these generally make me very uncomfortable as a long-term planning professional, but we have built in a lot of contingency so that they are realistic in terms of what kind of improvements need to be made and what the cost of those improvements would look like. So on the capital side, so this is physical improvements, we're looking at $35 to $70 million. Again, a heavy contingency on that. And then to provide those additional service enhancements, those additional Metro trains, depending on the attendance of an event and the capacity that's needed, that could range from $2.5 million to $7.5 million annually, and those also have a contingency factor on them as well.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lawson.
And back to that, is that a net number, or does that include I would assume with these trains with lots of people on it, you'd have additional revenue? Is that a net expenditure?
These are very, very preliminary planning level estimates, so they would be netted out, but that's not accounted for in this.
Okay.
And I would tell you, Mr. Lawson, the contribution of fares to cost is lower than you might think in terms of the entire system. And so, yes, it absolutely has an impact, 100%. But the fare recovery, the planned fare recovery at 100% is still a slice of the cost.
All right, so just to summarize on the multimodal, and I'll hand it back over to Kathy, is, we feel comfortable that with investments in transit service and also in multimodal infrastructure and technology, that we're able to achieve that desired non-auto mode split of at least 50% within the stated budget. That, we know that that's going to mean additional northbound trains on the Metro system. That's going to, we may need some additional capacity on southbound, depending on, how those trips shake out once the development goes into place and you see those ticket sales and how the direction those travelers are coming from. There is further study that's going to be needed to put more detailed work into the assumptions that are in this strategy, and the implementation responsibilities, of course, will have to be determined in that study as well. Metro ultimately is is responsible for the operation of the station. So they're going to have to analyze the station capacity and those potential physical improvements. They have to do things like safety certifications. They're very detailed and very specific. That's their responsibility. So they're going to have to weigh in on this. And they are going to, everything that we've outlined is going to require both an upfront capital investment and a continuing annual operating funding commitment as well.
And if I might add this, obviously we're in discussions with WMATA in general because of their situation in Northern Virginia. The governor is extremely engaged in that discussion. We've had 2 meetings with them with the governor, including one this morning at 8 o'clock, in a collegial way, and one to try to help solve the problems of WMATA in the near and long term. To that end, the governor was incredibly interested in the station, and he wanted to see it for himself. So 2 weeks ago, we went up there and toured the station, toured this to understand what might need to be done there physically and how it sort of connects. And so we spent some time, and Director DeBruhl led us along with the CEO of WMATA, Randy Clark, and we looked at fare gates, and we looked at ticket machines, and we looked at bridges, and we looked at pavilions, and we walked through and sort of tried to understand on the ground actually how this would work. So everyone's fully engaged in this, I would tell you, and we're working. We've socialized our info with WMATA. They're not deep into it yet, as the director indicated. These are all planning level estimates, and we build in so much contingency and so much assumption because we know what happens with planning level estimates, because they're not detailed, and you find things that you don't understand as you get into the detail. So we're trying to be incredibly conservative and incredibly engaged and knowledgeable. And so I just wanted to make you aware of that. So with that, we'll move into the road transportation.
All right, we're back to the roadway side. So at a high level, we evaluated travel times to and from the development site along multiple routes. I will point out, as this map indicates, that we looked at 3 primary routes. That's Route 1 southbound, Route 1 northbound, and Glebe Road east and west. We've gotten some questions about why we didn't consider other roadways. Arlington Ridge Road, the GW Parkway. We did load some northbound traffic on the GW Parkway, and we do have recommended improvements at Slater's Lane to accommodate that. But we were attempting to create the most challenging conditions to make sure that we could accommodate the traffic by doing so. I would also point out that the city now has underway its more detailed analysis that they will require in order to move forward on their end, and a lot of those other routes will be addressed through that study. But we wanted to make sure that we could make it work under the most challenging conditions possible. We looked at both Route 1 as it exists today in Arlington and under the Urban Boulevard concept, to ensure that we weren't doing anything that was detrimental to that concept. And spoiler alert, the results show that it works just as well either way, that the Urban Boulevard concept actually meters traffic to the site and does a good job of keeping things moving smoothly. We also did look at different values for mode split and auto occupancy. We assume an auto occupancy of 2.5 people per vehicle. National average for arenas like this is 2.8. So we also looked at 3 and 2 to make sure we bookended our assumption there. So looking at improvements we believe will be necessary. In the orange are the, if you can see these, hopefully better in your printout. In the orange are those improvements associated with the Amazon HQ initiative. You see the VRE station that Director DeBruhl mentioned. In the blue are improvements that we believe are necessary at intersections along and near Route 1, primarily turning lane additions or extensions, and a lot of signal timing upgrades. And then in yellow are improvements on Glebe Road, adding a southbound left turn lane to eastbound Glebe, and improving the intersections along Glebe, reconfiguring them so that we can eliminate split-phased signal timing where that's happening today, because it's an inefficient way to move traffic when you have heavy demand. In green on this slide are improvements on Route 1 and Potomac Avenue immediately adjacent to the site, and those will be provided by the developer. In addition to those roadway physical improvements, we are looking at some additional signal timing enhancements. If we time the signals to create a green wave, we can further reduce travel times by approximately 2 to 5 minutes over those segments you saw on that first map. Obviously, there are downsides to that. The side streets suffer somewhat as we extend cycle lengths to move traffic on the main line. But for a 15-minute period during the peak of the peak, it can be really effective at keeping traffic moving. I've come before you any number of times to talk about the Regional Multimodal Mobility Program, RN3P. We are heavy into development of that, and it would be an excellent place to expand RN3P to take advantage of both the traffic management components of it, as well as that incentivization piece. So we can share information about the best routes and modes in real time and leverage that tool to get people to use transit or to take routes that are perhaps less congested. We've gotten a number of questions about impacts to airport traffic. We looked at that specifically. If you're traveling southbound on the GW Parkway, it's not efficient. There is no efficient way to get directly to the site. You actually have to go past the site down to Slater's and return northbound on Route 1 or cut through the airport. We definitely do not want people cutting through the airport, so we're looking at strategies to calm traffic through the airport and discourage that cut-through behavior. The airport also has an effort underway to look at their internal circulation, which makes it a great time to make sure that it is designed to discourage cut-through traffic. If you don't cut all the way through the traffic from through the airport from essentially 395 south, inside the airport, you have to make a really wonky U-turn maneuver that would be very easy to cut off. So on the roadway side, we have improvements ranging from $65 to $100 million. Those do include some fairly significant intersection improvements, Slater's Lane, Glebe Road at Route 1, as well as that 395 Glebe Road interchange. Again, we have 60% contingency on these numbers to give ourselves room as they are further refined. There are the JBG site-related intersections that are not reflected in these numbers because they are being paid by the developer. But with the Multimodal Improvements Director DeBrule mentioned, we are at a total of $135 to $215 million in capital investment.
And Deputy, let me jump in here for a second.
Absolutely.
So one of the questions as we laid this plan out, and it certainly has been well received by the cities and the county and others who have looked at it as comprehensive and deep enough with enough contingency and assumption in it that gives us all great comfort that it works. But the question becomes, how do you fund it, right? And so you may be aware that associated with our, and the deputy mentioned this a moment ago, associated with our involvement with Amazon, previous boards have allocated money to do some improvements in the corridor. And we have some money we've spent, there's other monies that have gone into it. But right now we have an account that has $133 million in it that has been allocated by a previous board for to do the Urban Boulevard project on Route 1. That money is not sufficient to do the project, but nonetheless, it's still in our plan, and is current money. It's money that's cash money that's sitting there today, not later money, not bonding money, it's cash money in the account today. And so, as you heard the deputy say, this plan will move traffic appropriately, whether there's an urban boulevard or whether there's not an urban boulevard. Currently, the urban boulevard is slated to go to right-of-way acquisition in 2030 and to construction in 2032. And so that $133 million is sitting there in an account allocated by a previous board in cash, and it's going to sit there under the current plan until 2030, until we start spending serious amounts of it. Okay, so 6 years from today, we'll start spending that money, and that's really not a good plan in my book, because you know what the ravages of inflation will do to us and have done to us. And we got a lot of cash sitting there not bringing any value other than, not bringing any value and decreasing in terms of its buying power over that period of time. And so we looked at that and we said, well, we don't want to change the plan, right? So how do we make this work? And in essence, what she's put down here is we hold the urban boulevard harmless. We just say that's going to stay the way it is. But we don't need the money for that till 2030 or 2032. And we've got cash right now. And so the concept, the funding plan that we have would take the current money, set up a new UPC, a new project. We'd move the current money to the new project, the ones that's just been described here. It's some spending according to when we need it. And then we take bond proceeds that we have capacity in, and we would reserve some of that bond capacity in Garvey bonds, and we take that number and we put it into the funding plan for these projects that are going to happen in 2030 and 2032 and beyond. So we're basically doing a couple things. One is we're not changing any plan that currently exists. We're not defunding any plan per se, although there won't be cash on it, there will be bonding authority, and we would do that at the same time. And we're using the money, instead of letting it deteriorate over 6 or 7 or 8 years, we're using the 133 and getting value. And we don't have to pay any interest on Garvey bonds that we don't draw down, so we draw them when we need them. So from a financial perspective, it really makes a heck of a lot of sense. And frankly, even without this, we ought to be thinking about why do we have $133 million sitting in an account doing zero other than losing value for 6 or 7 or 8 years. That's not a good place to be. And so I'm sorry I sort of jumped in here, but at the end of the day, that's what it does. So the current plan in terms of what is in the 6-year plan in terms of the infrastructure that would be impacted does not change. The $133 million that's put on that is sitting there to waiting to be spent till 2030 and 2032 and beyond, gets spent when this project gets kicked off and we get the value of that. We come back at the same time and say, okay, we got a funding mechanism. This is an administrative thing we can do. This is not a CTB thing. We change the color of money. We put an allocation that we reserve out of that bonding capacity, and we let it sit there until this project advances. Then we draw down the money as we need it, pay the interest rates only when we need it, and we move on. And so it's basically nothing changes. They just get more investment into that corridor because they need it. And because at the end of the day, this project in phase 1 brings $1.7 billion of cash return to the Commonwealth. A big return to the city of Alexandria as well. And over time, it's over $4 billion, $4.5 billion of cash on cash return when you go through all 3 phases. That is a return that's based on no upfront money in the deal, but based on some transportation infrastructure that we would do to improve that corridor. Now, you've seen a number of 215, which was sort of our high number with lots of assumptions and lots of contingency in there on the capital side. And we have $133 million. So you might say, well, where's the rest come from? And the answer is we have an agreement with the city of Alexandria to share these costs. It's not, I can't tell you exactly what it will look like, but I believe the 133 from us is sufficient, and that we will work with Alexandria over time to get, or not over time, but we'll work with Alexandria so that over time it will be, their piece would be funded as well. And so at the end of the day, what we'd end up with here when we do this is we preserve the current plan for the urban boulevard on the corridor. We have a funding mechanism that we've reserved to do that. We don't have any degradation of our underlying capital by virtue of inflation, and we don't pay any interest rates. And we fund the improvements that we're talking about in coordination with Alexandria. And there's about $100 million, there's a bunch of money. Do you remember the money that was sort of associated with the JBG improvements? The inside?
Total?
Yeah.
Total site improvements
No, the JBG funded inside the project improvements.
for just transportation?
Yeah.
It's approximately $11 million. Yeah.
In any case, that's what will happen. So we'll get this $1.7 billion returning cash, which, oh, by the way, is somebody who does not live in Northern Virginia. This isn't Northern Virginia cash, this is Virginia cash, and it rolls into us. And over the life of the project, it brings over $4.5 billion of cash return to the Commonwealth. And oh, by the way, at the end, guess who owns the arena? We still own it, right? We're building it, we're leasing it, and it's paying for itself and more, much more, to the tune of the numbers that I've given you. And so that's why we're so bullish on this project in the administration, because everybody in Virginia wins. There's no upfront capital other than the transportation piece. The transportation piece makes a lot of sense anyway. We save a bunch of money that we're not utilizing today. And so that's sort of the funding, big picture funding, and how all this will work. Did I say that?
You did a great job.
Okay.
So I don't need to say anything else. The only thing I will add is that if you recall, I said earlier that the by right development generates very similar traffic, different patterns, but very similar numbers of vehicles. We do have these improvements that will come with the arena project. So I think that's a really important thing to remember.
So what the deputy's trying to say is if we did nothing and we allowed all this development to occur, we got $133 million on Urban Boulevard, and that's all we got. And nothing else happens up there in terms of funding that we have identified to do anything else. So all these things are going to be similar problems, right, with the by right development. They're going to create similar but different problems because it's different times of day, it's maybe different places, but very similar problems. They're going to have to be addressed regardless. And they're not in any plan for us today. So the boards that will be sitting here in 2030 and 2032 and 2034 are going to be dealing with a development that's going to occur anyway and is going to create a lot of transportation needs and issues, and there's currently no funding, no plan to deal with that. And so we're really sort of getting ahead of we're putting ourselves in a better position than we would be if we did nothing, and we get this great cash return, and we create this incredible district that folks like Amazon and others who have people that work there say this could be a game changer for the area, because it will create a vibe and create economic development and create stuff that's not there that people want and they desire. So that's the sum and substance of that.
Mr. Secretary.
Ms. Hines.
I appreciate your characterization and your bullishness on this development in my part of the world, and appreciate knowing where the money's coming from, because that's been a question I've been asked a number of times. So my question for you today is one of helping me understand where the swap will be evident to people, the moving of the money from the urban boulevard. I understand you're going to create a new project line that's going to be arena-related, whatever you call it. And you said Garvey's come in. We have a 6-year funding plan. So the 2032 that's in here is outside that 6-year funding plan. So where does it show up? So people, because I will say there's been a tremendous amount of community effort around the urban boulevard planning, as everybody in VDOT knows, and it's, we're in a really good place where I think that the solution that's been proposed is a reasonable solution that people have come to accept. So I think it's important for people in Northern Virginia to understand that that state commitment is there, and where will they see it in the actual funding plans?
So the UPC for the urban boulevard will not change.
It'll still say 133 million?
It'll still say 133 million.
I see.
And we'll add a new one.
For the
It'll
other.
say something else.
Okay.
And the old one, we'll take the cash off
Yep.
and we'll put debt on it. But debt that we don't have to draw until we kick the project off, right?
Right.
We will place an allocation of debt on that, and it will sit there and wait for us to say, sort of like a line of credit.
Right.
We need some now, give us some, give us some, give us
But
some.
it'll show up in the same year that it is now,
Nothing will change.
and just it'll be a
Just be a different color of money.
Garvey bond
And
proceeds.
the board doesn't have to do that. That's an administrative function. The color of money,
Right.
it's just the color of money. It's
But we
not,
do approve the Garvey bond sale.
you would.
The CTB does.
You would approve that.
Yeah.
But the other piece you don't. And you don't have to, but you do have to set up this project. The board has to set up a project to do these other improvements that we're looking to do. So the intent, the thought is we would, and this thing's moving every day, right?
Sure, I understand.
But the thought is we would come back next month if we're in the right place there with the General Assembly and everybody else. We would come back next month and start that process of putting the new money on, moving the old money to this, and moving ahead. That would be the process. So if you looked at the 6-year plan, Ms. Hines, that project would be in exactly the same place, exactly the same way. It just has a different color of money we put on it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Maybe I'll circle back with Kim just so I
ma'am.
understand where to look.
Yes, ma'am. Questions? So folks, all I can tell, yes, Mr. Yates, I'm sorry.
Just curious from a standpoint, has there been much pushback from Amazon on this project? Or is everything working in conjunction with that, or how's that going, that part?
As I indicated to you, and I don't speak for Amazon, and I won't, in our conversations with them, they've been positive. They see it as a opportunity to take a place and make it much better than it is, make it a place their employees would like more, that would be more attractive to them. And that's been the whole sort of driver from their perspective. So it's sort of like if you like the urban boulevard concept, nothing changes, and you get the vibe and the tax revenue and the other improvements to the corridor that are necessitated to do that, not just to the corridor, but to the metro station and so forth. So you get all this uplift for that corridor that you weren't going to get, by the way. Let me rephrase that. There was no plan on how to fund it, meaning the by right development that was going to happen and was going to create this need. There's no plan to fund that right now. So now we got a plan that funds that differently because it's not by right anymore. Now it's arena deal. We got a plan that funds that. Nothing that's currently in the plan changes. We get $1.7 billion of the Commonwealth in the first phase. We get $4 billion and some, $4.5 billion through all phases with no upfront dollars and very minimal risk. I mean, it floats all boats in the Commonwealth, which is why, as a Hampton Roads guy, I like it from a Hampton Roads perspective because the Commonwealth's going to have more money. That is not because of new taxes. It's not because of anything other than we got new business that's coming in is going to pay for an arena and then send us some more money. That's what's going to happen, and it's an incredible opportunity for the Commonwealth. So it's particularly, and I'm doubling down on that because folks that don't live there say, you know, what's in it for me? And I understand that. And I don't live there. I'm familiar with it, as Ms. Hines knows, but I don't live there and I've never lived there. But what's in it for us is it's great for Virginia, right? It's not only great for the vibe of Northern Virginia, and Northern Virginia is an incredibly important part of Virginia, but it's also directly important to the rest of Virginia because it funds the things that we need in the Commonwealth without raising anybody's taxes and certainly not having any impact on anybody that doesn't live there other than we get a revenue stream. I mean, to me, it's a beautiful thing, and that's why we're so excited about it. Other questions?
Question, Mr.
Yes, sir,
Secretary.
Mr. Merrill.
So in looking at this slide here, it says we're going to be requested to transfer funds to this arena project. How do we assure ourselves that the money for the urban route will be appropriated
Part of our resolution.
outside the 6-year window? Are we able to do that?
It's the same way it is now. But, Mr. Merrill, the plan is in, the project is in the plan. It will not change how it's in the plan. It's only, I'm changing how I'm putting money on it, right? I'm changing the color of money from cash to debt. That's what you're doing, right? That's the only thing that happens. You change the old project from cash that's sitting in an account today, losing value, which will lose value for the next 6, 7 to 8 years, because that's what a previous board did. They put that money in cash on it to make a marker, if you will. And we're saying, why put good cash on a project that's not going to be done for 6 or 8 years? Use the cash today, put debt that doesn't cost you anything because you're not drawing it till you need it, put that on that project, and when you need it, then you sort of like the line of credit analogy that I used, you just draw that debt. So the board would do all those things. If you looked at the plan, you wouldn't see any difference because we just changed the color of the money to fund it. That's it. Mr. Kaspertz. Does that answer your question, Mr. Merrill?
Partially, but the urban project will not be in the 6-year plan because it's outside the window.
Sir, no, I can't. I don't know how to say it any differently. It's not going to change. Zero change. None. It stays in the plan just like it is. It's in the plan today. It'll be in the 6-year plan tomorrow. I know it's outside the window. The funding is already there for that. All we're doing is changing the color of money. We're not changing the timing. We're not changing anything else about it. We're merely saying, instead of this cash being used for that project, we're going to use debt for that project, and we're not going to borrow the debt, although we will have it reserved and allocated. We won't borrow against that line of credit, if you will. So it's sort of like going to the bank, setting up a line of credit, but not using it until you need it. That's what we're going to do, and we'll take the cash, and instead of waiting for that to degrade over 6 or 8 years, we will use it now, and we'll end up sort of doubled up, if you will. So the whole project stays in there with debt, the new project comes in with cash, everything else works the same. Mr. Kaspertz.
I guess understand what you're proposing, but my question would be, what services the debt that we don't currently have on the $133 million that's sitting in the bank account ready to support this project?
Same thing that would service the projects that need to be done up there 10 years from now that are going to come from the buy right development.
I'm sorry, it'll come from what?
The development is going to happen there, right? The development, we'll pay the garbage out of the same way we pay all the garbage.
So there is an additional funding commitment that will need to occur to service the debt?
No, it will just come out of our revenue stream, just like all the other garbage come out of our revenue stream. We have capacity to do it. Is it new money on the corridor? Yeah, it's new money on the corridor. Does it have to be paid for from someplace? Absolutely. Yeah, doesn't come out of the sky. Absolutely. It's new money on the corridor.
Thanks for that clarification.
100%.
Has the arena been approved by the city council? Not yet?
They're waiting for the General
And
Assembly.
I was going to say, and then has the General Assembly approved their taxing authority? And is that a way to generate the bond, to pay for the bond associated with
Listen,
it?
we're not going to negotiate the deal here. We're going to do the transportation part of this, right? And the legislature's in this, the developers in this, the administration is in this. So I don't know exactly what it looks like when it comes out of this in the next month or so, as the legislature works through their process. I don't know exactly what Alexandria is going to do, but I think I know what they're all going to do. And so, or if you're asking me, is this board going to go try to find a different funding stream that's outside of what we have currently, the answer is no, we're not.
So if the General Assembly denies the taxing authority, because the General Assembly would have to approve the taxing authority to do the ticket
If the arena
sales.
authority is not approved, Ms. Sellers,
So if
then the
they
whole
don't
deal goes
approve
away.
that, then what would happen? Would that 133 million go back to the cash, or how would we do that?
Well, what I would tell you to do is not to do that, to still keep the debt and go get some other project to happen faster that's ready to go. That's what I would tell you to do. Because otherwise, as I said early on in my comments, regardless of this deal, I think it's bad policy, financial policy, to have cash sitting around, and we look at this all the time. We have cash sitting around not doing anything. And we're in the ravages of inflation, and you know what has happened over the last few years. Well, it's going to continue at some level. And so just having cash sitting there not doing anything doesn't make any sense. We should be taking all of our projects, and as long as they're ready to go, if we have cash, we ought to be, everything else being equal, we ought to be getting projects done. Because one, you get the value of the project. Two, it costs you less than if you waited. So I would, if this was somehow not going to occur, I would come back and say, this isn't a good way to do this, folks. We shouldn't have that kind of cash sitting around there not going to work. And so I would say we'd go find something else that's that's waiting on cash, that's ready to go, and accelerate it. Get it done, right? Something that's in our plan, but we want to do, but we don't have the cash for. That's what I would advocate for. But that would be a board decision, not my decision. All we're doing is switching the color of money. That's all we're doing. And adding new improvements to a corridor that's going to get messed up by the by right, by the 9 million or the 7.5 million, whatever one you want to use. It's going to get messed up beyond the urban boulevard because we haven't provided for that yet.
Mr. Secretary, I appreciate that the state has not provided for that yet, but I do have to speak up in defense of the transportation planners and the city and county planners in Northern Virginia. When that much development is approved, there is either developer-funded or other plans, and it will evolve over time. So it's not like bringing in this whole thing and plopping it all at once, which is the plan, and we'll do many of the things that you say, but I don't think it's fair to the region to characterize, if this deal doesn't happen, that it's messed up and nobody's thought about it. That isn't true.
Ms. Hines, I didn't say anybody's thought about it. I said there's no funding plan from the state. And let me say this.
Well, exactly right, because
Ms.
they
Hines,
would
let me-
apply for Smart Scale, they would do a number, they would go to the regional body.
May I
They-
finish? Let me help you.
I don't
I'm
need
not-
help, sir.
Well, you're saying something I didn't say, so I'm going to help you get it clear, because I didn't say that. So what I said was there's no funding source from the state. And the by right, Ms. Hines, does not have to go back to the council. The by right is done.
That's right.
They can do whatever they can do under their current by right zoning. And what I'm saying is that's going to create a tremendous amount of impact. And currently, the state, I didn't say the region or the locality, currently, there is no funded plan to deal with that. This, on the other hand, creates a funding stream to deal with the same things in some respects that are going to occur if we do the by right. And so we get ahead of that. We get ahead of that process. We fund them and get them done earlier. and we're in a better position. This has nothing to do with the localities. This has to
Well,
do with
I appreciate
our money
that.
that's in the.
I appreciate that clarification, sir, because to me, it sounded like you were saying nobody's thought about this.
That's why I was trying to be clear.
What is true is that the state is not involved, just as they weren't involved in Arlington, and they're not involved in Tyson's, and they're not necessarily involved in Alexandria in planning transportation improvements, because we take those on ourselves, and we use the resources we have generally and seek sort of the top-off funding, if you will, from the state through the programs that the state has made available to
100%.
us.
And now you're gonna
so
get-
that's, I don't want anybody who's listening, or any of my colleagues, to think that Alexandria has not thought through.
I didn't say that whatsoever.
Well, I will tell you that that is what I thought I heard several times, and so
I
that
wanted to be
is.
clear.
So I appreciate that.
There's no state-committed money.
And that's exactly
And this will
so.
bring state-committed money.
That's
So you're way ahead of the game in terms of where you would be if you didn't do this. That's what I'm trying to say. No, of course they've been thinking about this. They know, that's why that's why they funded the metro station.
Exactly.
And-
I was
And it was
involved in
primarily
that.
Alexandria. We put in
Yes.
50 million, but it was absolutely they've thought about it. I never intended for anybody to misinterpret my comments to that.
Thank you.
What I'm trying to say is there's no state funding committed to it. This would commit state funding to it and help the process and would get them way ahead of where they would be otherwise. That's the beauty for the local folks in terms of this movement. And at the end of the day, like everything, we would be looked to try to help, right? We're getting in front and getting the problem resolved up front. So that's the beauty of it from my perspective. But yeah, listen, the transportation planners and the folks that run the counties and the cities in Northern Virginia are sophisticated people who have lots of resources to do really good work. And they do it every day. So I absolutely did not imply that, or didn't intend to imply that or let anybody infer that. It's merely talking about the money from the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir.
last question.
Mr. Merrill.
I know you think I'm a slow hospital guy.
Well, you're a hospital guy,
Yeah,
sir.
so it's simple math to me. You're telling us that we have the authority to approve the issuance of $130-something million of Garvey bonds in 2031.
I'm saying that the plan would be,
That was a yes or no question.
well, you don't get to determine whether I use yes or no. I'm the chairman. I'll answer it the way I answer it, okay? Thank you very much. This is not a courtroom, and you're not the judge. So let me help you, Mr. Merrill.
I
The
need a lot of-
Garvey bonds would be allocated and restricted in an amount equal to what it is today to put on that project. They would be there at the discretion of us to use them, sell those, take the proceeds, and fund the project. It would be in the plan exactly the same way. When you look at the six-year plan, you don't necessarily see a project and see where all the funding comes from and what the color of the money is. You just know it's in the plan. You can see that, but you don't always see that. We're changing the color of the money. So instead of being green cash, I'll call it blue debt, right? Or red debt or yellow debt or whatever you want to call it. It's debt. We can put, if we put that on the project, it sits there just like cash in terms of keeping it in the program, having a funding source, having that money available whenever we need it. It stays exactly the same, okay? What we do need, and this is working its way through the legislature, is we need some change in the restriction on Garveys. So right now, the restriction on Garveys says it's got to be on a smart scale project. This will say that, and we do this simultaneously, this would say, as long as this project is smart scale eligible, you can use Garveys on it. That's what that would say. If we don't have that, we can't do this plan. So we wouldn't do it. Pretty simple.
So, Mr. Secretary, that's a currently pending legislation issue? It's
a bill. It's language that's in there. And let me tell you, it's not for this. It's for everything. Right now, we restricted ourselves unnecessarily, in my view, So we got all this Garvey capacity, right? So the Garveys are bonds, they're anticipatory to federal funding. And they allow you to draw against those ultimate federal funds. So the answer is the federal funds pay back the Garveys. That's the funding stream. We've got a bunch of capacity, right? But because we restricted them, we can't use them. And so we're sitting here with a lot of capacity to fund projects today. It's all based on federal funding coming in, so it taps the federal funding. Yes, it does, and that's what we pay it back with. But because a previous legislature, a previous board, a previous legislature, based on what we asked them to do, restricted us to only smart-scale projects, we've not been able to use the capacity. So we got all this pent-up capacity to move projects ahead, which we should do regardless of this. If this didn't exist, I'd tell you to do the same thing. And we're not using that money. In the meantime, we're losing the ability, inflation is eating us to death, and we're losing the ability to put projects, get them going today as opposed to waiting for cash. And at the same time, we got cash money sitting there not doing anything. So none of that makes any sense. It just doesn't make any financial sense. So if this project didn't exist, I would make the same argument for the exact same reasons, which is we've got all this fairly inexpensive money that we could put to use today. And if you make, I'll make this up, if a Garvey bond is 2% or 2.5%, and we're getting eaten 30% in inflation every year on highway construction cost, would you borrow the money at 2% to avoid the 30% escalation? Because I'd do it all day long, every day. And you've got a funding stream, the government limits you to your capacity, and we're not even close to it. So that's what we ought to do. And if by some happenstance this thing doesn't happen, I'd come back here and tell you to do exactly the same thing on some other project. Because it's just poor use. It's poor use of your cash. It's poor cash management.
Mr. Secretary,
Ms.
I
Hines.
appreciate this, and I'm glad to know that there is a caveat on whether the swap can occur, so I appreciate that. But it raises a question for me about what does smart scale eligible mean? And the reason I'm asking this question is when I listened to the conversation you guys had in January relative to the midterm needs, Mr. Smoot asked a question about what's eligible for smart scale funding and was told that it was items that were identified through the midterm needs process. Is that what we mean by smart scale eligible?
I don't know who told Mr. Smoot, Dr. Smoot or whatever, but Mr.
sorry.
Lawson would be happy to.
Anyway,
tell you.
perhaps I misunderstood what was said at the meeting, but I've been puzzling over it since I re-listened to the meeting.
Yeah, to clarify, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, to clarify the statement about smart scale eligible, the current language says it has to be eligible for district grant or high priority projects. Is what and funded through smart scale. So it's tied together. It has to be part of the smart scale process. And it has to be, obviously, by nature of being distributed through smart scale, it's district grant or high priority. So that what the language is in the current budget, the introduced budget, it would open it up to say any project eligible for high priority, district grant, interstate operations monies. So it opens up how it could be used and takes the restriction to it having be distributed through smart scale.
Okay, so, but to go back to like the basic piece here, so a smart scale eligible project is any project where a direct connection to any smart scale need can be made. Is that correct?
The need, yes, identifies whether it meets a V-Trans need, yes. And
So-
V-Trans need.
But it has to be, yeah, and how it qualifies for district grant or high priority.
Right, so So Dr. Smoot's question was, is a locality limited to something that's identified as a midterm need when it puts in an application for smart scale?
I think the answer is yes, but let me get back to you on that question.
Okay, because it does really matter what we mean when we say smart scale eligible.
Right, but I think for purposes of this discussion, it's whether it's district grant, high priority, interstate operations. You have a different question, and I'll make sure I get you that answer.
Well, let's be clear about that. I'm not sure what you just said.
I was saying that the language in the budget would not distribute the Garveys through the Smart Scale program. It would have to be put on a project that was eligible for high priority money, district grant money, or interstate operations money.
It gets back to what's the need it's addressing, right? What is the need the project is addressing? But by removing it from the smart scale process, we are not applying any metrics to it anymore to rank it in any given way. It's just you draw a connection to it, to a need, a VTrans need, basically, because that's what defines smart scale eligibility.
It would be a project, Ms. Hines, it would have to be a project that would be eligible to go through the smart scale process, just like it is today. And if it's eligible, correct, you're absolutely correct, as long as it's eligible, it wouldn't have to be a project that went through, got scored and funded,
Right,
but it would be an eligible one to have done so.
right, but the eligibility ties
Doesn't
back
change.
to the VTrans needs.
Yeah, and that doesn't change for this.
Right,
It
right.
stays the same.
I'm just trying to
No, I understand.
connect these
100%.
dots so that I'm
So
clearer.
So what changes is none of the underlying other factors change. You still got to have a VTrans need, you still got to have this or that. I could take my project and put it in, and it would be not rejected, it would be scored. Did it score well enough? That's a whole different matter, but it's eligible to be scored, just like
doesn't-
any other one.
It doesn't have to go through the scoring
No, it
process,
doesn't go
which
through
is
it.
part of my point as well. It's, just as with the Amazon deal, some things got plucked out of hopeful planning that had been done, and Amazon said, we'd like to see this and this and this, and it didn't go through Smart Scale.
100%.
It just got funded.
That's correct.
Yeah.
We put it in the plan. The
And so
board,
that's-
the board put it in the plan.
Right, and so that's really where we're going with Garvey's, is kind of back to where we were before we put this limitation on related to Smart Scale, where Garvey's were used for things that various administrations or
Wait.
whatever.
There is a guardrail, and the guardrail is it has to be eligible. So it can't be something that's not eligible for Smart Scale.
Well, right, okay.
So there's a subset of things that are eligible, and there's a subset of things that aren't eligible. It has to still be eligible, it just doesn't go through the process.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Anybody else? Thank you very much. Ms. Director.
Mr. Secretary, you have a written report. Everybody has a written report in their folders, gives the updates on the agency and ridership, all good news, and I'll defer any other comments.
Commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I just have one item today, and it's contained in your package. It's the initial financial plan for the I-81 widening between mile markers 143 and 150, which for reference is the intersect between Interstate 81 and 581, north about 7 miles to Troutville. The value of the project's $479 million. We are under a procurement process today. We started the procurement with a request for qualifications back in October of last year and shortlisted those firms down and have issued a request for proposals effective in January. We expect to be able to take this procurement back to the board with an award in September of this year. So with that being said, that concludes my comments.
Questions? All right, hearing none, I'm going to adjourn the workshop meeting to lunch. Thank you very much. Let's take a quick lunch and get back here for action. Carol?
All right.
Got folks back? Don't need Ms. Hines. Give her, oh, she's here.
Not mine. Yeah. How about two?
Thank you, Carol, for taking care of us for lunch and everything else. And I will now call the action item of the Commonwealth Transportation Board, February 20th, into order. And the first item on our agenda is public comments. We don't have anybody that signed up for public comments. Does anybody like to give public comments? All right, hearing none, we'll go to the minutes. The minutes were distributed in your package. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
So Mr. Folks moved and Mr. Yates seconded. Is there discussion, clarifications? Mr. Merrill?
Yeah, I did send a note to Carol asking for an addition that I had requested an update for trails at some future meeting, and I did not see that in the minutes.
Okay. So we'll take will you gentlemen take a amendment to your motion to include that Mr. Merrill asked to have a trails update? Which we're getting much closer to, Mr. Merrill, to give you something that's more definitive and you can get your arms around. So we'll include that in the minutes. And they took the friendly amendment. So is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions?
I abstain. Mr.
Ms. Hines?
Secretary, I wasn't there.
Yes, ma'am, I know. Thank you so much. The next item, so Ms. Hines abstains, she was not in attendance. The first numbered item on the agenda is the action on the 24 through 29 six-year improvement program transfers. Ms. Kimberly Pryor, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. In your packet is a listing of transfers that have occurred over the last transfer period that we present to you. I recommend your approval.
So moved.
Hines moves, Dr. Smoot second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Item number 2, Ms. Pryor.
Thank you. In your packet, you'll find recommended amendments to the six-year program. There are 8 projects, 4 in the Richmond district with safety funds, and 4 in the Stanton district with some of the bridge formula funds, and I recommend your approval.
Motion to approve. Folks, is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Green seconds. So we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. DRPT, action on fiscal year 24 through 29. Director DeBrule is going to give this presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Ms. Awari had to return to the office for a meeting on our six-year program this afternoon, so I will present item number 3. Last month, Laura Farmer briefed you on the I-66 inside the Beltway status of the toll revenues and our commitments to the NVTC Commuter Choice Program. The action item before you allocates a little over $16 million out of our unallocated balance of I-66 toll revenue or annual transit investments to go to NVTC for the purpose of supporting the Commuter Choice Program, and I recommend your approval.
Move approval.
Ms. Hines moves. Is there a second? Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Related item, Ms. Laura Farmer, action on revision of fiscal year 2024 annual budget appendix. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. The action item before you for consideration only modifies the VDOT budget appendix, which adds the waterfall budget for the current fiscal year 2024. Nothing about the arrangements under the memorandum of agreement is changed.
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Hines moves. Mr. Casper seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Mr. Lawson. Thank you, Ms. Farmer.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, back over the last several months, we've been walking through the V-Trans mission objectives, guiding principles, et cetera. We brought to you last month the measures, and today, as we discussed at the end of last month's meeting, we're back before you today seeking your approval of the V-Trans vision, guiding principles, goals, and objectives as that are set forth in the V-Trans policy document that's attached in your policy Appendix A, and then the measures that we presented and discussed last month that are outlined in Appendix B. I recommend your approval.
Mr. Secretary.
Ms. Hines.
Mr. Secretary, I have a lot of concern about voting on this today. While I was not at the last meeting, I did watch the discussion on the recording, but I'm also very mindful of the fact that these measures form the foundation for a lot of program evaluation that we do and a lot of project evaluation that we do. And I myself am not sure how these will integrate to help make the kinds of decisions that this board needs to make. And I think we would all really benefit from a deeper dive to understand how these fit together to really help us move the Commonwealth forward and move our transportation system forward. And so I find myself really not able to vote in favor of these today because I don't feel like I understand that, and I think it's essential to understand it.
Mr. Lawson, can you describe the process we've been through and sort of where we are?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman. Back last, we started kind of reviewing the V-Trans process back last April, where we walked through kind of the V-Trans process, which is our statewide transportation planning process. We went through and we reviewed our vision. We made some tweaks to the vision. We retained our guiding principles. We laid out kind of the principles that we want to follow as we go through the V-Trans planning process. And then in many ways, we just tweaked the existing goals and objectives from where they were before. I don't think there were any major sweeping changes in any of the items. We just kind of fine-tuned them to be more direct in terms of what we were trying to accomplish. And then last month, I think what we did is we really tried to make sure we had some reasonable measures to we would be able to say, are we actually moving in the direction that our objectives would want us to be moving in? And like I say, we started on that back last April, May, and we've been back before you every month or two since then.
All right. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Like Ms. Hines, I have concerns related to the lack, in my opinion, of specificity in the methodology to validate the goals and objectives. And I don't know how much of this is federal regulated or if it's our ability to put more meat on the bones, but I communicated with you, John, over the weekend. You were kind enough to share with me some information. And then yesterday afternoon, Carol sent out an email that had a little bit more information in it. But I still lack, I think, the understanding that we have enough meat on the bones to objectively look at the goals that we're setting out to perform. Everybody's interested in these goals. I'm glad we've taken this on. But how do we measure it? And that's my biggest stumbling block right now.
Mr. Lawson?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coleman, I guess I'm struggling a little bit with you ask how we're going to measure when we have listed for every objective what the measure would be. and I'm
Okay,
just
well,
looking at the very first one. The objective is to reduce number of rate of motorized fatalities and serious injuries. And the measure is the change in fatalities fatalities and the fatality rate per 100 million miles traveled. So we know exactly how we're going to measure whether or not we've reduced it or not.
Give me a little bit more just to have a goal is to reduce fatalities, and you measure it by per 100 million mile, or 100, is it 100 million? 100 million, I think it is.
Yes.
Travel miles.
Correct.
Could you give me a little bit of an explanation? I don't even know what that means. How do you measure that? I mean, is one fatality reduction going to be meeting the goal, or is it
A reduction in this, we have targets that we need to work on further, which we have not come back to you on. But the measure, and Commissioner, maybe you can add more here. I saw you motioning there. Clearly, if we know we have a trend that's headed upward or downward, and we know we want to be headed downward in this case. So there is a metric there that will tell us whether we are moving in the right direction. Now, have we moved as far as you want to move? That's a different question.
Shouldn't that be developed before we take a vote on adopting this?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coleman.
Lawson.
I don't think what we're trying to say today is that we're actually setting the target for how much we want to move the needle. The long-range plan says we want to move in that direction.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo Ms. Hines' remarks. I missed the last meeting as well, but I don't have sufficient knowledge of this fundamental tool to vote in favor of this today. And I will say that it's principally related to the measures, not the steps that came before.
So the measures were introduced at the last meeting, is that correct?
Understand.
And you weren't in the last meeting?
I understand. I acknowledge that.
Okay, so are you suggesting that you don't understand the measures, or that you
Well,
just weren't here to look at them, or what is it?
I'll give an example.
Let me finish, please. So John laid out a measure, was very clear what the measure was. The measure was fatalities per 100,000, I think it was, or whatever the number was. And what we don't have yet is a target. We know we want to reduce them. Do we want to reduce them by 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, by a whole number? We're not voting on that, but we've been iterating through this process, as John indicated, and Mr. Lawson indicated you for 11 months now, or 10 months now. We've step by step gone from vision to guiding principles, to goals, to objectives. And last month, we came up with discrete measurements that we socialized with the board. The measurements, in my view, are clear. You may like them, you may not like them, but they're pretty clear. And so I'm struggling like Mr. Lawson is what clarity are we looking on what's been presented so far? And we've been doing this since April, and this is the first time it's come up. And we're talking about measures is the last thing I've heard us talking about. That was in our last meeting. And so the measures are what had been, obviously had been distributed there and talked about. And if they're not sufficient measures, or we don't understand them, what they say, then it would be good to understand that.
That's what I was trying to convey,
It's
Mr.
sort of like
Secretary.
the whole, what I've heard was, I'm not comfortable. That's not from you, but in general.
I don't understand, Mr. Secretary, and I will cite an example. This is under E1. The measure is number of scope projects that provide flexibility, somewhat subjective term, innovative design, also potentially one that could be contested, context-sensitive solutions to transportation challenges, not projects. So I will admit that I do not understand that. And before I vote to confirm this, I'd like to have a better understanding of other measures as well.
Awesome.
This particular one, I'm a phone a friend here and see if Mr. Commissioner will chime in on this one. But I think, again, the key here is we need to deliver more content-sensitive projects. And the goal is we're going to look at the number of projects that fit that criteria and are scoped to make sure we are increasing the pool of projects that can move us in that direction.
Commissioner?
You know, John, I'd say that I don't have the language in front of me, but the context-sensitive design solutions that are part of our design criteria fit for every project today. So as we develop the scoping, we're looking at context-sensitive design solutions that fit the environment that we're working within. So this is part of the standard operating procedures that we already have in place.
I would think so, that every project we do is going to be context-sensitive to an extent.
Correct.
I guess I just re-emphasize my lack of understanding.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir, Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Lawson, Mr. Secretary. In terms of, is it fair to assume that you have the metrics outlined in the appendices? And I think those are pretty clear. But is the next step, there will be a specific begin point with a target point, and those will be updated over the course of the V-Trans cycle. Is that a correct assumption?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Merrill, yes, we do plan to define kind of our base points and our targets.
So for instance, when we talk about under Goal D, the number of railroad crossing at grade, we will know how many we currently are not at grade and how many we try to get to grade. So we'll have a starting point and a target improvement point.
That is correct.
Mr. Lawson, how long does the V-Trans sort of model typically last? Not the targets, but what we've gotten to, what we've been inching our way through since April is the vision, right? The mission,
Yes, sir.
the goals and objectives, and now some measurement tools. And what we haven't gotten to yet is what the targets are, right? But we've brought this ratably through the process so that we can sort of look at each one and build on it and get to where we are today. And so we briefed these measurements at the last meeting. We had discussion about them. We've had a month since the last meeting. And the question is, if we don't have an understanding of what's written on the paper, okay, I'm not sure that relates to the vision and the missions and objectives and the goals that we've been talking about since April. But at some point, we got to make some decisions here, folks. And personally, I don't care whether it's this month or next month or some other month, but we got to make some progress. We've been doing this since April, right? So if we're talking about we don't understand the target, the measurements as opposed to something else, well, that's a month old. Everything else is much older than that. At some point, we got to build on what we're doing, say we're good with that unless there's a reason we want to go backwards and move forward. So,
Mr. Secretary.
what is, John, what is the, so what I was trying to get at is the framework is really what we've gotten through, is the framework. Because we haven't set a target or a goal or a specific number yet. And those would change over time, right? They don't stay static necessarily. The framework typically would stay more static. It's sort of like the concept of smart scale in a way. It stays more static. And so John, can you speak to that and sort of see what the shelf life of this is and sort of how it works?
Well, the last time these were visited were 2019, as noted in the resolution. And I may look back to Jatendra, but I don't think in the past we have, to be honest, done a good job with targets and that component of it.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
So we haven't done a good job with setting the targets and the actual measurement piece of this. And that's a piece that we really put a lot of work in. I want to thank the Commissioner and Director DeBrule on helping work through those measures, because we worked hard to try to make sure we had measures that actually would tell us something as it relates to these goals and objectives. And having done that now, we do want to put forth the extra effort to get the targets in place to be able to say, are we going as far as we need to be going or as fast as we need to be going? Because we talk about fatalities, we know one is too many.
Mr. Secretary, if I might. So I appreciate your honing in on the fact that the measures is the part that has had the shortest shelf life for us if you will. And having worked with many of these measures we've seen before, but there are also some new ones that we haven't seen before. And one of the things that, again, I look at this as an opportunity to ground us all in what VTrans is and how we know we're making progress. And one of the things for me that's missing here is, where do these numbers come from that are the measures? So I believe that probably for the vast majority of them, staff has already identified a source. And the source is updated on some kind of a cycle. And that when you bring the three measures together, however many measures there are, for each objective, you should be able to answer the question of, did we move the needle? But there's also the bigger thing, which is that moving the whole system is a function of moving multiple needles and understanding how moving them together actually improves the system. And so what I'm saying for myself is, first of all, I want to understand better where these numbers are going to come from, but I also want the opportunity to dig in a little and ask the question of staff and my colleagues, if we look at these three measures, do we think we'll have a good enough understanding to help us make the policy decisions we have to make, which is a different thing than management decisions that the commissioner makes and that Jen DeBrule makes, that Director DeBrule makes. So it's just, this is a moment, and I don't want to drag this out any longer than next month, but this is a moment where we could have a deeper conversation about these measures and where they come from and how those numbers will help us do our jobs than we've had the opportunity to have, quite honestly, because we just got them last month.
So have we asked a bunch of questions about measures in the last month that people are uncomfortable with? Have we done that? Because I haven't seen a lot of that.
Mr. Secretary?
I mean, I'm serious about that. I mean, listen, folks, at some point, with due respect to everybody else, if we lay them out there and we have a discussion about them, and they're clear, at least we think they're clear, and everybody says, and you go to the next meeting and you say, well, I don't understand them. I'm like, well, like, what did we do the last month? Are we going to do this just meeting by meeting? Or are we going to, like, only have our decision? I mean, like, if we got an issue, it should have come up in the last meeting or in the last month, right? We've had them out there. Mr. Coleman has sort of been uneasy about the whole thing, I guess, but we've been doing that since April. At some point, we got to make decisions here and move on. I don't want to rush it because it doesn't need to be rushed, but I mean,
Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Lawson.
Could, in light of these comments and yours, and I'll confess, I'm not sure I understand what a lot of this means either, which is a little concerning because I've read the resolution and we're adopting these things affirmatively. But I'm sensitive to your point. This needs to end, although I'm not hearing we're going to turn into a pumpkin here in X days.
I don't think we are.
Could I make a motion that we continue this to the next meeting and allow folks to ask the questions of staff? And if you like, we can add to the motion that we will vote on this at the next meeting.
Well, I'll take a vote in the next meeting.
No, I'm making that motion if you need it.
I don't need a resolution to include that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy if people are uncomfortable, but it's some folks, some time, folks, we've been given the information, we've been going over for month after month after month after month, and we're here to make decisions and move on. If we don't have the proper information, then ask for it along the way. And if we don't understand it, ask for help along the way. But at some point, we got to vote. We got to move on. We got work to do. And so I hear you, and I know some of us weren't here, and I get that. And so I'm happy to, John, I don't think anything blows up if we don't do this month. Right? So no harm, no foul. But as a matter of course, we've got to build on month by month and make decisions and move forward. And we can do this forever. And I don't want to do it forever. So I don't need a motion because I'm just going to strike it. There's no motion that's been made to approve it or disapprove it. We're actually all out of order because we're having a discussion without a motion, but.
Mr. Secretary.
Notwithstanding that, so here's what we will do. We will resend out the materials. We'll look for input and back and forth with staff to make sure we fully understand it. And then we'll educate or no, that's the wrong word. Re-up it for the next month and go through it in another presentation. And then hopefully we'll all be equipped properly by that time to make a decision. That would be the goal. So does that make sense to folks? Does that work, Ms. Hines?
Mr. Secretary, that works. Personally, I would learn more in a conversation, and maybe we would all learn more in a conversation. If there was a way to convene a virtual subcommittee meeting or something so people could have a conversation, I think that might advance our understanding a little bit more. At a minimum, it would be very helpful for staff to say where these numbers come from, what the reports are where these numbers will be derived, whether.
That's not a problem, we can do that.
Yeah, if that, at a minimum, that would be helpful. And to the extent that they could show us using, the data from 23 or whatever the most recent data is, what the answer might
I hear
look
you.
like,
I hear you.
that would be also very helpful, I think. But honestly, a conversation would be my preference.
Well, and the conversation was supposed to be had last month and this month. And now we're going to have it again next month, and that's fine. But at some point, the months run out, we got to make a decision. And so we're going to defer. I'm deferring, okay, until next month. We'll send this stuff back out. We'll have opportunity for, I'm not sure I'm doing anything virtually with a subcommittee, Ms. Hines, but we'll work on trying to make sure we have an opportunity. But we had that today, and we had that last month, same time. And at some point, the opportunities are going to run out, and we got to do our job. So that's what we're going to do. We'll defer till next month. We'll put that information out. Please email us, talk to the staff, talk to Jitender or Ronique or John or anybody else, and we'll try to socialize all that and make sure everybody gets the benefit of what you're talking about, to your point.
Mr. Secretary.
Dr. Smoot.
I do agree that it might be helpful for those who wish to participate, to have some kind of Zoom discussion of this. And frankly, I think that would greatly expedite our discussion of it at the next meeting and reduce what could become a very lengthy discussion if it turns into a free-for-all.
We've been doing this since April, sir. We can't just have Zoom discussions, and there needs to be public involved and notice and all sorts of things. So we'll work through the best we can. I can't promise you that, but I hear you. But folks, that's why we come up to Richmond and have these meetings or wherever we go, is to have those discussions in these meetings. And we had one in the last meeting, and we could have one today, but now we're saying we want to have it next month, and I'm good with that. But at some point, we got to make a decision and move on. So that's what we're going to do. We'll defer to next month. We'll get the information out. We'll get the questions, and we'll circulate those with answers. And hopefully that'll bring us in a position where we're comfortable voting, because I don't want you to vote on something you're not comfortable with. I understand that. Ms. Sellers.
Wherever this is going to be, there's studies and stuff that are identified in here. Can we have access to those too? Like HJ 542. There's different things that are identified. It would be helpful if those are all in one place.
Those
so
in the
we don't-
measures or those in the,
They're in the measures. There's different things that are identified, just so that we don't have to go look for them.
Mr. Coleman?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. John, thanks for the clarification. So do you have any timeline on when those more specificity would be applied to the measures?
Talking about targets?
Yeah, targets.
When would we set targets?
Presently, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coleman, we're working with the Commissioner and Director DeBrule now to try to frame those targets, and it's going to take a few months to get there.
But it'll be within 2024, right?
That is certainly my objective.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
Somebody else had their hand up, I thought.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir.
Is that a calendar
Blair.
or physical year? 24.
We don't know. What did he said 24, so the answer was yes.
Good question.
All right? That's what we'll do. Okay, Mr. Lawson, thank you. So the next item on the agenda is item 6. It's bids. Mr. Ben Coker. We're going to have fun with you today, sir.
Glad to be here, sir.
Welcome. Hope you're well.
I am, sir. How are you today?
Doing great, sir.
So today I have 21 projects to present to the board in excess of $5 million. First up is Order B34 in the Hampton Roads District. This is a road widening and bridge modification project in the cities of Hampton and Pocasson. We received one bid for $53.8 million from Bryant Structures. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Is there a motion? Mr. Coleman moves, Mr. Stan seconds. Is there further discussion?
Just a question, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gasperitz.
I guess I'm just surprised that in an area like Hampton, that we would have one bidder on this. Is there a reason that we didn't get more robust competition on this?
So we feel it's because there's been a lot of very large projects in the last couple years advertised and awarded in this area. And the number of firms that can handle this size of work, the list is getting shorter and shorter.
Mr. Gasperitz, in general, and I've asked all the same questions I think you're going to ask, but maybe not, and I encourage you to ask them. With the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel and the widening on 64 Gap and all sorts of other things.
Flood of the market.
We have, and this is a problem we're creating. You know, we've been pushed, and we are pushing both to do things faster and bring bring acceleration to our projects. And you've heard me talk about that earlier in terms of the money flow. The problem with that is we get saturation, and then we drive our own bids up. And so even sometimes when we have the money and we have everything else in place ready to go, it may not be the best time to build the house, right? And so that's what we're finding, but in this case, thankfully, it remains within range, which gives us some comfort. And so, yeah, I hear you exactly. I mean, this is a populated area, a lot of that work, but that's what's going on, and we see it on, we're worried about that on 81. We're worried about the IIJA money that's pouring in. There's so much money in transportation right now that the contractors aren't able to keep up, so you know what happens. So, yeah, exactly.
Just one other question. When we have one bidder, is that bidder aware that there are no other bidders through information?
Not till I read the bids, no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we had a motion and a second.
Let me say this.
Mr. Stant.
I'm so comfortable with my district engineer and his.
Speak in the mic, sir, please.
I am so comfortable with the district engineer and his staff vetting these bids that if their recommendation is to proceed, then that's a pretty good recommendation in my regard.
Thank you, Mr. Stan. And I'll tell you, Mr. Casper, Mr. Stan, and the rest of the board members, I was laughing about we're going to have fun with Ben today because I know there's a bunch of them, and two, there's a bunch of good questions to be asked. And we sat here the last week and we went through a lot of those questions, and which is why I said we're going to have fun today because they're good questions and we're going to continue to ask them, Ben. So thank you. So we have a motion. We have a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Next project, please, sir.
Next project is Order 132 in the Bristol District. This is a state of good repair 2024 plant mix project on the interstate system in Bland, Wythe, and Smith counties. We received one bid for $5.7 million from WL Construction and Paving. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Folks moves. Was that Mr. Merrill, Mr. Casper? Seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? And Mr. Casper, it's when I was asking a bunch of these questions before, I was encouraged by the chief engineer that if I wanted to get in this business, they would really like me to be in it. They're looking for more all the time. And so, we have the same desire, sir. And that's probably in the last one we bid on. That's a different issue, right? More remote plays.
Yeah,
Just
completely.
not as much. Thank you. Next project, please.
Next up is Order 241 in the Salem District. This is a 2024 plant mix project on the interstate in Pulaski and Montgomery counties. Again, we received one bid from Adams Construction Company for $10.1 million. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Mr. Secretary, I move approval, and I might say in talking with the district engineer, and the commissioner can give additional insight, but it is really difficult right now sometimes to get bids for these paving projects because there's so much business out there and so few places to do it that it's a challenge. Is that, Steve, that sound generally correct?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Smoot, I'd say the conversation that we're having about points of saturation in certain marketplaces for certain types of work are starting to become apparent. The Hampton Roads District being one of them for the bridge work that we're seeing and the amount of work, particularly here in the Salem District with the amount of paving activities that have been programmed to meet our targets. And I say that we're going to need to take another look at what those saturation points are and what industry can be able to bid within those ranges so that we can get additional competition in some of these places. Some of them that you just saw in the last bid in Bristol might not happen. There's one contractor that's particularly in there, but we're taking a very close look at our saturation points geographically and the types of work so that we can increase the competition that we have.
Thank you. Move approval.
We have a motion, Ms. Green seconds. Dr. Smoot moves and Ms. Green seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Next project, please.
Next project is Order 432 in the Richmond District. This is a 2024 plant mix project on the interstate in Goochland and Henrico counties. We received two bids. The low bid from Allen Myers was $8.6 million. This does exceed the range, but it was 26% below the next bidder, so we feel this is market value, and we are recommending award.
A motion to approve.
Mr. Secretary, I make a motion to approve.
Davis moves, Ms. Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Order number 433.
Order 433 in the Richmond District. This is another 2024 plant mix project in the interstate in Hanover and Henrico counties. We received two bids. The low bid of $9.5 million from Allen Myers is within range, and I recommend award.
Davis.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Sellers seconds, Mr. Davis motions. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 532.
Order 532 in the Hampton Roads District. This is a state of good repair 2024 plant mix project on the primary and interstate systems in Northampton County in the city of Virginia Beach. We received three bids. The low bid from Eurovia Atlantic Coast, doing business as Virginia Paving, is $6.6 million. This does exceed the range, but it's 9% below the next bidder, and we feel it's good market value, so we're recommending award.
Grant moves. Is there a second? Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 244.
Order 244 in the Salem District. This is a state of good repair 2024 plant mix project on the primary system in Bedford and Montgomery counties. We received two bids. Low bidder Boxing Materials with a bid of $7.3 million is within range, and we recommend approval.
So move.
Dr. Smoot moves.
Second.
Ms. Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Order number 434.
Order 434 in the Richmond District. This is a 2024 plant mix project on the primary system in various counties. We received one bid from Lehigh Construction for $7.6 million. This is within range, and we recommend award.
Davis?
So moved.
Second.
Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Order number 435.
Order 435 in the Richmond District. This is a 2024 plant mix project on the secondary system in various counties. Again, we received one bid from Lehigh Construction for $6.6 million. This is within range, and we recommend award.
So moved.
Davis moves. Is there a second? Ms. Green seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Order number 945.
Order 945 in the Northern Virginia District. This is a 2024 plant mix project on the secondary system in Fairfax County. We received 5 bids. The low bidder was Allen Myers with a $5.4 million bid. This is within range, and we recommend approval.
Moved.
Second.
Ms. Hines moves. Mr. Gaspard seconds. Further discussion?
We need to do more business up in Northern Virginia if we've got 5 bidders here.
Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? So as long as we get the right price, it's a good thing, right? Order number 319, Lynchburg.
Order 319 in the Lynchburg District. This is a 2024 plant mix project on the primary and secondary systems in Farmville, Prince Edward, and Charlotte counties. We received 2 bids. The low bidder of Colony Construction had a price of $6.1 million. This is within range, and we recommend approval.
Ms. Green moves. Mr. Laird seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 322.
Order 322 in the Lynchburg District. This is a state of good repair 2024 plant mix project on the primary system in Halifax County. We received 2 bids. Adams Construction Company was the low bid with $5,037,000. This does exceed the range, but it's 5% below the next bidder, and we recommend award.
Ms. Green motions. Is there a second? Second. Dr. Smoot seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 133.
Order 133 in the Bristol District. This is a state of good repair 2024 plant mix project on the interstate in Wythe County. We received 1 bid from W&L Construction and Paving with a proposal of $5.4 million. This is within range, and we recommend award.
Move approval.
Votes move.
Second.
Mr. Merrill seconds. Mr. Folks moves. Mr. Merrill seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Order number 535, Hampton Roads.
Order number 535, Hampton Roads District. This is a 2024 plant mix project on the interstate in the city of Norfolk. We received 3 bids. The low bid from Eurovia Atlantic Coast, doing business as Virginia Paving, for $5.9 million. This does exceed the range, but it's 0.5% below the next bidder and 9% below the highest bidder. We feel this is a good market value, and we're recommending award.
Stamp. Second. Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you. Order number 950, Northern Virginia.
Order 950 in the Northern Virginia District. This is a 2024 plant mix project on the interstate in Prince William County. We received 2 bids. The low bid from Eurovia Atlantic Coast, doing business as Virginia Paving, for $7.8 million. This does exceed the range, but it's 7% below the next bidder. We feel this is a good market value and are recommending award.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Hines moves. Mr. Yates seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Order number K46 in Hampton Roads.
Order K46 in the Hampton Roads District. This is the Express Lane Segment 4A, 4B project in the cities of Hampton and Newport News. We received 2 bidders. The low bid from Lane Construction Corporation at $109,925,000. This does exceed the range, but it was significantly lower than the next bidder. We feel this is a good value, and we're recommending award.
So move.
Yep. Mr. Coleman. Is there further discussion? So Mr. Stamp made the motion, Mr. Coleman seconded, I'm sorry. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Order number 248 in the Salem District.
Order 248 in the Salem District. This is a state of good repair 2024 plant mix project on the primary system in Carroll and Giles counties. We received one bid from Adams Construction Company for $5.1 million. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Move approval.
Dr. Smoot makes a motion. Mr. Laird seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 445 in the Richmond District.
Order 445 in the Richmond District. This is a state of good repair 2024 plant mix project on the primary systems in Goochland, Henrico, and Hanover counties. We received one bid from Lehigh Construction for $6.4 million. This does exceed the range. However, this project is in 11 different locations over 3 counties. So the work is chopped up, and I don't know that you're going to get economies of scale. We do feel this is a good market value based on other large projects in the district, and we're recommending award.
Mr. Davis.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Davis makes a motion. Ms. Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 948 in Northern Virginia.
Order 948 in the Northern Virginia District. This is a 2024 plant mix project on the primary systems in Fairfax and Arlington counties. We received 3 bids, low bidder being Eurovia Atlantic Coast, doing business as Virginia Paving, for $5.4 million. This is within range, and we're recommending award.
Moved.
Second.
Ms. Hines makes the motion. Mr. Casper seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number 318 in Lynchburg District.
Order 318 District. This is a a state of good repair 2024 plant mix project on the primary systems in the city of Danville and Pittsylvania County. We received one bid from Adams Construction Company for $9.9 million. This does exceed the range, but this is a part of the state that we're having a hard time getting a lot of competition from. We feel this is a good market value, and we're recommending award.
Ms. Green makes the motion. Is there a second? Second. Dr. Smoot seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? All right. Order number 951, Northern Virginia.
Order 951 in the Northern Virginia District. This is a 2024 plant mix project on the secondary and interstate systems in Arlington, Fairfax, and Prince William counties. We received 2 bids. From low bidder was Francis O'Day for $5.3 million. This is within range, and we recommend award.
Hines motions. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Just one question, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir, Mr. Merrill.
Any projects to be undertaken in Culpeper or Stanton?
Not
Good
today.
question.
I think we hit all
That's
the
a
other
really
ones.
good question.
We'll help you solve your problem with having too much work in the Hampton Roads area.
Right.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Merrill, I'd say that what the board is bidding or making their motions on or awarding projects are for projects valued over $5 million. I've signed a slew of projects for under $5 million under the discretion. So yes, there is work in Stanton and Culpeper districts.
You're just breaking them up, Mr. Merrill, so we don't have to vote on them. How are you doing that? Because everybody else wants to figure that out. Let me say this, because I'm one of those folks that asked these questions a lot in previous years, and they exceeding the range. And 2 of our former members, Mr. Malbin and former Senator Williams, were very involved in a process where we really dug in and tried to get our estimating and our range and all sort of correlated. Because there's nothing, nobody hates worse voting for something than me when it exceeds the range. I just hate it, right? And so one thing I've asked us to do, and we've been in strange times over the last couple of years. What I've asked us to do is to continue to be diligent and look at how many are we getting out of the range? Where are they? Why do we think they're out of the range? Did the range need to be changed? And so that's a continuous process, right? We're not just flowing down the road here and not paying attention to this. And the chief engineer wanted to come up and make some remarks. Is that correct, sir?
Just one, sir. I'd like to let the board know that Mr. Kaspowitz was also involved when we were going through the estimating process. So Mr. Kaspowitz, Mr. Malvin were instrumental.
Sorry, Mr. Kaspers.
That's quite all right.
I forgot.
Easy to forget.
No, not so much. But my point is,
Beat up after the meeting, sir.
yeah, I'll get beat up. A bunch of folks weighed in heavily and tried to get this thing tighter. And over the last couple of years, we've started to inch out of some of these things. And I asked the same questions on every one when it's out of the range. And the question is the range the right range or not? And if it is, then why are we not matching up? Because at the end of the day, all we're trying to do is reflect the market in the range, right? We can't change the market, but we can reflect the market and saying, and Ben keeps saying this, we think it reflects good market value. And as long as it does that, in the big picture, that's all we can really do, right? We can't change fuel prices and all sorts of other things that go into this. We can't necessarily create competition, although there's some things that we can do. And so I'm just here to tell you, particularly since we saw a bunch that were out of the range, we're doubling down on Mr. Kaspritz's work and others and trying to make sure that what they created and helped us create is still in as good a shape as it was when we started with it. So just beware that we're not just sort of willy-nilly just going through this and not paying attention to the ones that are out. Dr. Smoot.
Mr. Secretary, this is a generic question, not with regard to any particular vendor. But when it turns out that a particular contractor is the apparent winner of a variety of projects, at what point does some assessment be made, or does it, of the capability of that contractor to perform all these many different projects within the desired time frame?
Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, I'm going to defer to the chief engineer, but I'm going to give him a little bit of time to think about the response. But capacity, when you bid on a project, you're also looking at your capacity and timeline to be able to deliver the projects. Many of these projects that you saw are plant mix schedules. We have a definitive date that they have to be due by November 15th, I believe, middle of the month. If they are unable to meet those deadlines, then they're assessed liquidated damages. And we're standing by these end dates because we're starting the contracts by April 1st, if not sooner, each year, and we have a deadline to be met. You're going to watch as we let these projects out starting in October, and we get the bid prices in the beginning. You can see who's aggressive in them, and as they win the work, they're backing off on their bid prices and becoming less competitive in the marketplace. Yeah. So their own capacity is driving the bid prices to begin with, and their ability to perform the work within the time frame set.
Of course, you never know how many projects you're going to prevail on when you submit a bid. That comes later. So let's say that company submit 10 bids, thinking, God, I need to get one of these projects. It turns out I got 6 of them. What happens then?
Mr. Secretary, this is one of the reasons why we're staggering the plant mix bids throughout a 4 or 5 month process, so that we are not having that happen where we have all the bids due all at the same month. We're staggering them out so that the workload can be dispersed and we have good competitive bid prices.
Thank you.
I think the point I was trying to make, and I think the commissioner was more specific, is we're looking at this every month and trying to understand how to make it better, what's wrong with it, why are we in the range, why are we out of the range. I'm asking the same questions that get asked here. The commissioners, looking at the same thing. So this is not like we're satisfied and we're moving on. It's not. We're trying to make sure we can get these prices as low as we can, and that our estimating is in line with the market so that we don't have to stumble over the uncomfortableness of when it's not and sort of make decisions. So it's to use the phrase, it's sort of a continuous improvement process that we're going through, and the commissioner laid out some of what steps he takes to do that as well. But we're always, anything that anybody has advice on, we're certainly willing to take, because at the end of the day, we just want the numbers as well as we can make them. So now we've given you, Mr. Chief Engineer, a long time to think.
I don't know much more I can add. I think you two gentlemen have covered everything. Dr. Smoot, we do have conversations with contractors frequently. If we see something that looks out of the ordinary, we don't have any problem picking up the phone and calling them. And they certainly don't have any problem picking up the phone and calling us when they may realize that their cup runneth over. So those communications are vital between industry and VDOT. Because we don't have those, we don't have a good working relationship.
Can a contractor decline to take a one bid before they get into the work, obviously, if they really have questions about their capacity?
So we do have discussions with them. When they put in for a contract, they're there to take that job. And
Even if they got 6 of them?
well, it depends on what the workload is. That's the conversations that then we have with them to make sure that we're not putting something out that they can't sustain. So there's a conversations going back and forth. We never want to put industry in a bad position where, because that's going to hurt us in the long run.
And I can tell you this, as it relates to these paving jobs particularly. I've been involved in conversations for 2 years in a row to try to maximize the window of opportunity for these contractors. So we're pushing on all fronts to try to get the best pricing that we can get. And so we've had, in the last 2 years, I've been involved in that process twice to determine that, you heard the commissioner say, November 15th, I think, is our cutoff. And we've looked at November 30th, we've looked at November 1st, we've looked at it starting earlier, we looked at starting later. And I've always been sort of the proponent of what's on the ground's what's on the ground. But in any case, we're pushing on every place we can push, that we can find, to try to ensure that we're delivering this as inexpensively as is possible. And it's not perfect. Plant mix doesn't travel very far, right? So you got to have a plant, right? And somebody's got to put the plant there. And there's a capital cost, and you got to get a return on investment. So it's just not so simple. And when you get into these dispersed, more rural communities, you have less. And then you get into the big ones, and you got more, but we got more work going on with all this transportation money. So it's a challenging time. It's just like a building, you see what is happening to construction costs in general. It's a challenging time, but we're going to continue to work on it. And thanks to Mr. Kaspertz and others who sort of set the base. I think we got a good base to work off on, but we got to continue to tune it as we go along.
More work to be done always, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir, 100%.
Secretary.
Yes, sir.
Just one follow-up. Have we ever collected liquidated damages? And if so, does that affect whether or not this we get to bid in the future or not?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Does that affect our future bids then, or do you view that? No? Okay.
We use them as appropriate.
If it happened on every job they were on, Mr. Yates?
Yeah.
It would start to affect whether we used
Right,
them.
right.
Okay.
I'm glad to hear we've collected. That's good.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Gregg, item number 7, action on the Benjamin Harrison Lift Bridge.
Yes, sir, this is in Richmond District. This is one of our special structures in Prince George County, Benjamin Harrison Bridge. And this is work to the 56-year-old timber fender system that protects the lift span of the bridge. We had 4 bidders on this. Low bid was $7.6 million. Cocosin Construction Company was the low bidder. We recommend approval.
Is there a motion to approve? Mr. Davis makes a motion. Is there a second? Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Mr. Gregg. Let me say one other thing, and I'll just do it under new business or Secretary's remarks. We recently did, it made me think about it when I saw the Benjamin Harrison Bridge. We recently did the James River Bridge cable replacement, Commissioner. And I think we did it more quickly than we said we were going to do it, and impacted traffic less than people were concerned about. So can you just give us a little bit of highlight on that, so pat some people on the back for a job well done while doing it?
So, Mr. Secretary, part of our special structures program, as we initiated, was to be able to take preventive maintenance activities on those 25 structures, one of which was the James River Bridge. As you recall, James River Bridge is a lift span structure similar to the Benjamin Harrison Bridge. It is lifted by heavy steel cables. One set, or we have a northbound section and a southbound section. We had 2 consecutive weekend sets of closures, or 2 weekend closures. One planned for starting late on a Friday night and then opening by Tuesday morning. The team that was assembled for that was able to, in both cases, open the bridge early, being able to open up midday on a Monday, and then being able to open about midnight on a Sunday night, ready for Monday morning. So anywhere between 24 to 36 hours in advance of the closure. The detour route for the James River Bridge is down to Monitor Merrimack, or Route 10 into Richmond. So it's a significant detour route that was affected by the communities of Hampton, Newport News, Isle of Wight, Suffolk, and other points. So 24 hours to 36 hours in advance opening, they certainly learned their lessons off on the first lift span, and then we're able to apply that to the second lift span for 36 hours in advance. So it's certainly a success story. The bridge is set. Those cables were, I believe, the original cables on the bridge that were due for replacement. So this is another testament to the monies being put to work through the Special Structures Program, so that we do not have significant or catastrophic failures. So recall what used to keep me up at night were some of the draw spans and lift structures failing in the open position and affecting vehicular traffic, or failing in the closed position and impacting maritime travel. So certainly this is, again, kudos to the Hampton Roads District and the contractor to be able to pull this together in a timely fashion.
So, we have challenges all over the Commonwealth, and they're different in different places, and we talked about some of the Northern Virginia ones. We certainly have them in Southwest, and we have them in the rural areas. And in Hampton Roads, we have different kinds of challenges, and it's basically called water. And we got movable bridges and tunnels to get across it everywhere. And if they don't work right, or there's a problem, and they're very expensive, by the way. If they don't work right, or there's a problem, it just stops. And so that's our sort of Achilles heel in Hampton Roads. So this kind of stuff is really important, because it's not just the bridge, it's the maritime traffic and the vehicular traffic that we're impacting at the same time. And obviously, the maritime traffic is critically important for Hampton Roads and the rest of the Commonwealth. So well done. Something we get nervous about when it happens, because if it goes wrong and your bridge is closed, and it takes, I remember these bridges are old, folks, and these systems are old. And I'm digressing, but the Berkeley Bridge, which goes over the Elizabeth River to the south side, a number of times over the last 10 years, something is broken, and guess what? There are no parts. You go make the parts, right? And you can't make all the parts in advance because there's too many parts. So you just go make them. Well, that's not really a great place to be. The second thing I'll tell you is, when I got with some of the colleagues here, I think Mr. Kasperwitz was here with us, we went underneath the roadbed in the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. And we went in the back into the control rooms and the spaces. And the machines that were controlling that were like incredibly old. And they were since 1957 old. And this is the technology that's running everything. And you see this stuff. And it's sort of like the difference between computers in 1965 and this today, right? and you go, wow, look at that. And so when those things break, there was a company that had Joy Manufacturing on it, and the CEO of Newport News Ship used to be the head of Joy Manufacturing. And I looked at that, I was like, oh my gosh, those things are, they're 50 years old. And when they break, there's not a replacement. You got to go figure it out. So lots of challenge there, but y'all did a great job. I just wanted to point it out, and thank you to the team that did that. All right. So thank you all very much. Mr. Kasperitz.
An observation, Mr. Secretary. As the longest-serving member of this board, perhaps by a couple of years now, I observed today some frustration on your part and a statement that at some point this board needs to just make a decision. I observed that in my 11 and a half years, I've never worked with a finer bunch of individuals who are willing to critically and openly engage on complex issues and make decisions based on their analysis of those issues. So I just want to commend my colleagues and say that in my time on this board, I've not worked with a finer group of individuals. Thank you.
I agree with that. And I would tell you that since my time on the board in 2010, 14 years ago is when I joined, we've had a really good board all the way along, and it hasn't changed a bit.
Things take time.
They do, but you gotta make decisions and move.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, sir. All right, with that, this meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much.
In 100 years, there won't be a